crisis, and life is very different than it was just a little over a month ago. It's nothing that we've ever dealt with before, and it's really quite unsettling. Every moment of every day almost seems to be filled with something about the COVID emergency. We have been talking about this on the show for the last month or more, and it has sucked all the oxygen out of the room, unfortunately. But there's lots to talk about, lots to understand, and to help us do that today, I have invited a longtime friend, colleague, someone that I have worked closely with, Dr. Stephen Shore, who is the former chief of pediatric infectious disease at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. He is a long history of dealing with infections, infectious disease. He's worked at the CDC. He is a well-respected doctor in the Atlanta community, named as a top doctor in Atlanta a number of times. And it's my pleasure to invite you into the Doctor's Lounge this morning, Stephen. Good morning.
All right, good morning, Hal. Glad to be with you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to have you here, and I appreciate you taking some time out from your busy schedule to be with us today, have a conversation, and talk about some of the things that are quite confusing to most people out there. So, Steve, let's start out by just talking about this pandemic. How is this different than any other disease that we see, the flu season, or other diseases that we have dealt with in the past?
Well, the problem is that the virus, as the name says, is novel. And this is the first really large epidemic caused by the coronaviruses. We previously had two coronavirus small concentrated epidemics, one called SARS, S-A-R-S, the other called MERS, M-E-R-S, and those two affected perhaps 5,000 to 10,000 people total, but really never entered into the United States. This one is a true pandemic and is present on all of the continents of the world, perhaps except Antarctica. The coronavirus, just as background, I had a conversation with a fellow also named Hal for Harold, in CDC in the 1970s, and he said no one's interested in these viruses. They're very beautiful. They have these wonderful spikes on their surface. They affect animals, but so far we don't have much in the way of human pathology other than they seem to cause colds in some individuals. And I don't know if Hal is still alive. He was a little older than me, but he would know that he was carrying on the tradition of studying the coronaviruses, which, by the way, under the electron microscope are absolutely beautiful. So it's just funny that this is all it's all come around. But to answer your question, we don't have the tools yet to measure things. When we deal with flu, which really does cause pandemics every year, we don't call it that. We just say flu's going around, but it spreads everywhere. But we have very good tools, both epidemiologically and biologically and serologically and clinically, to follow influenza. We don't have any of this right now for coronavirus because we're only about 3 months into the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Well, Steve, it's nobody's ever experienced anything quite like this. I guess there's been other epidemics, and there's been pandemics, but there are very few people alive the last time there was a pandemic, which I guess would be the pandemic at the beginning of the 20th century with flu. But this COVID business, the COVID-19 issue has taken up almost 100% of the attention on TV, newspapers, and the internet, and there's an abundance of information now because of the 24-hour news cycle that everyone can access, and now everyone's an expert. Is this a good thing? I viewed this in a similar way to climate science, which is extremely complex, but it's been dumbed down and oversimplified to a point where even people with limited intelligence have opinions about this, and it's often incorrect. And most people are incapable of understanding the true science behind the field of climate, but there's no opinion of shortage. And what we're seeing now with COVID almost seems to be approaching that same frenzy of just an abundance of information. And if you disagree with the orthodoxy of thought, that you're a COVID denier, what say you about this?
Well, no, I would agree. Everyone is an expert on everything, and I see this frequently and with my patients' contacts, that they're more of an expert because they went and read somewhere that this and that was so, and you have all these years of experience and perhaps pretty good success in treating certain things, and parents have their own idea. I think the major problem is that this situation is analogous to a war. It's been compared to a war. And in World War II, which is, I think, the closest analogy to it, all of the country was involved. My grandmother went to the Navy Yard in Philadelphia to sew things for the military. My father was building ships in Chester at Sunship. These were Liberty ships. Everybody was involved, but the means of communication were very limited. And so the whole country was literally pushed into the right mind with what today would be called propaganda, but good propaganda. Now we get propaganda from all corners, very well-meaning, but very much off the mark. And obviously we can't put the genie back in the box because we have, our First Amendment rights and the like. But it is, some of the things I'm hearing is akin to crying fire in a crowded cinema. It's pretty awful.
So every night we listen to TV and we hear doctors. Doctors now have newfound respect after
finally, yes,
finally, exactly right. After such a long period of being marginalized as providers, and it was still providers, I guess, in a sense. That's a topic for another discussion.
Yeah. No, I hate the word provider, but go ahead. Yes.
I do too. But we're listening to them every single day, every hour. There's a doctor on a different show, and they're talking about the incidence of COVID, the mortality rates, testing, treatment, possible vaccinations. We're so oversaturated with doctors talking about this. Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil, who have found newfound popularity and credibility through this crisis. So how is a layperson supposed to cut through all this and get information that's reliable and meaningful?
That's a very good question, and we all go into our information silos. I mean, I watch CNN a lot. I occasionally watch Fox, and I occasionally watch CNN, CNBC with Rachel Maddow. I try to get my information from different sources, but it's hard not to listen to a group of individuals I respect, like Tony Fauci, maybe to a lesser degree, Deborah Birx, Dr. Redfield at CDC. I do enjoy hearing from them because I know they've all made contributions. And Tony and I were fellow immunology researchers back in the 70s, although he was more prolific than I was. He was at the NIH. So it's good to listen to those, but nobody wears like a star of the Republic thing like back in Soviet Russia, where you say this is the only view that you can hear. It has the imprimatur of the government, and then of course you hear it being politicized because Tony will say one thing on the air, and then he'll be sort of have to be walked back, or he'll be forced to walk it back by the president, or lesser so the vice president. So it even then gets more confusing. And then I hear Tony Fauci gets hate mail, which to me is absolutely incredible, because he is a fantastic guy. He was a great researcher, and his opinion needs to be esteemed because he's been head of NIAID for 35 years. I mean, he's been head of NIAID almost as long as I've been at my hospital, which is about 44 years. So it's very, very, the bottom line is it's very, very confusing. And people probably get so mad at what's said on Fox or CNN or something, they don't even want to, talk. They don't even want to call in for another opinion because it challenges their deeply cherished beliefs, not the facts.
Steve, you are a professionally, you're first a pediatrician, secondly, an infectious disease expert, but you are you're a citizen of the world, and this is a terrible disease that we're dealing with right now, and there's multiple aspects of things that need to be considered when we address something like this. So how do you safely manage this problem to try to get it under control, and yet be somewhat sensitive to the other aspects of what complete shutdown actually means to people and their lives, and some people are quoting studies from the mental health literature about problems like this resulting in increased incidence of depression, anxiety, and suicide. So what's worse?
Yeah, so when I was in college, I remember studying philosophy, and one of the great contributions of the 19th century was utilitarianism. It was a school founded by Jeremy Bentham. I still remember it. And basically, he preached that what is right to do is what's good for the greatest number. In other words, what produces the greatest good for the greatest number. And that's what we have to think about. When this thing first broke out, I said there's going to be a lot of collateral damage. In medicine, we have people not wanting to come in for services that they need, or they want an antibiotic over the phone, or they don't want to come into a doctor's office. And I was always worried that if you had shortness of breath, yeah, you may have COVID, but you might also have asthma that goes untreated, or you may be having a heart attack and don't go to the hospital. So from the medical standpoint alone, the collateral damage hasn't been toted up yet, but it's probably very significant. So I share your concern for all this, including mental health. I have a son who has a chronic mental condition. He had just gotten a job, believe it or not, as a dishwasher at a restaurant, and immediately was let go 2 or 3 weeks later because of the COVID epidemic, and now he has nothing to do, which only feeds the kinds of problems he has by having all this downtime. So I've experienced this already in my family. I agree with you. The total picture is very disturbing, and that's the reason we need a true national plan that everybody can get behind. Just like we did in World War II, we were determined to defeat the enemy, who was, in fact, as heinous as the propaganda stated, as history has proven, and have everybody sign on. And in this era of, linguistic contentiousness, we have to get as many people to sign on as we can to it. But what that plan is, I'm not Donald Trump. I'm not Dr. Whitfield. I'm not in charge of it. But I can see the outlines of what the plan would have to be.
Do you think that the team that he assembled are the right people? Are they doing a good job? What do you think about that?
I think the individual people I've seen so far are quality people, and the people I've heard, at least on CNN, are legitimate experts. I don't watch Fox very much, I confess, so I'm not sure who they're getting on. But he has a good team. Unfortunately, by squelching what they're saying. I've watched Dr. Fauci's physical facial contortions while Trump says some of the things he says, and I can see him, literally biting his tongue, walking a tightrope between saying something that's true, but something that won't get him fired or keep him from appearing at these briefings. But 98% of what Tony says, I would agree with. And we need people like him really guiding the effort, free of political interference as much as possible. I mean, no politics is impossible in society, but minimal political interference would be desired, I think.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree with that, but unfortunately, every day, every minute of the day on TV, on news, it's all about politics, and we've basically chosen sides, and it's almost like two parallel universes as far as the news is concerned. So it's fighting something like this poses an even greater challenge when each side has so much distrust for the other. And I don't know what that is.
That's absolutely right. Right. All experts, people have confused elites. We used to say elites mostly were born to it. They were born rich, like Donald Trump. And so you're an elite. You have a trust fund of $450 million to use. And I have nothing against rich people. I just find that kind of eliteness is more crippling. And I think it inhibits you from doing what you need to do. And then you have people who have earned their elite status through pretty much hard work, going to school, paying their dues, as they say in one of the commercials for reverse mortgages, doing the right thing. And those are the elites. Not Tom Selleck. I mean, he does it well. But doing the right thing. And these are the people we should be listening to because, to me, to lie to people about the COVID epidemic, if I was in Tony Fauci's position, what would I possibly gain from doing that?
Right.
And no vested interest. So we should be listening. But it's just like now you tell a person he needs a urological procedure, he immediately goes on the internet and starts second-guessing you and comes up with someone who can totally defeat you. And that certainly happened to me in infectious disease. And it's this level of distrust through the false information. Let me mention something else that I like. I've become a bit of a philosophical person. Are you familiar with Gresham's Law?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so Gresham's Law is an economic law that states when good money and bad money, that is counterfeit money, circulates, the bad money circulates and the good money is hoarded. And that's what happens. The voices of the real truth get drowned out. The other version of that is Mark Twain saying, a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth is putting its pants on. And that's the same thing. That's what we're fighting with right now. And it's very disturbing. You don't want to be an academic snob by doing the right thing, but then you're accused of being an elite who went to Harvard or something like that. And it's as a working class kid, that's very disconcerting.
Well, this is a good jumping off point, talking about this information about treatment, and there's really only 3 treatments that seem to be effective right now against COVID, and I'd like to go into that right now before the break. We're talking about hydroxychloroquine, remdesivir, and
correctly. That's correct.
Thank you. And convalescent plasma, and there are again, where you get your news, what doctors are on TV, who's reporting, will very much color your opinion about all of these treatments. And I'd like to hear what you have to say about them, and then we can talk about, how they're being treated in the media.
Right. So the story on hydroxychloroquine, which, by the way, my wife takes for her lupus, is that it's not proven to work so far. And a recent study suggests it may, in fact, be deleterious.
That's the VA study.
Yeah, that's just the recent VA study, and the difference between the untreated and treated groups, it was pretty substantial, actually, pretty scary. So if I was a COVID patient, I would not be taking Plaquenil or dihydroxychloroquine. That's the story on that. The president, of course, has been touting it, and he wants to pull the god out of the machine, the rabbit out of the hat, and tout the drug, and I think that increases his appearance of knowledge and power. But the fact is, he literally does not know what he's talking about. And we're only going to find out with some carefully controlled studies.
Well, but unfortunately, in situations like this, we often can't do that, and we have to use experiential medicine and not use a randomized double-blind studies, which are clearly the best. But taking that logic that he doesn't know what he's talking about, there are 6 hospitals in New York that are using this as a frontline treatment for patients that are not at the who have not progressed way before they've gotten to the point where they have to be intubated, and that's where the people in the VA study were when they were treated. In the conclusion, that study has been has been criticized for its methodology, and even the head of the VA walked it back. So
no question.
So who's right and who's wrong? And is this because the president, who's hated by so many people in this country, including almost all the media, says something, if he says it's night out, people will say, no, it's day. And so is that happening with Plaquenil right now? Because five or six hospitals in New York can't all be wrong. They're not dealing with malpractice by treating these patients. So what's the story?
Well, the answer is they don't know, and Donald Trump doesn't know either. And the problem with what the president says is that he's told so many falsehoods that it's always hard to know. He's in the moment, but then he contradicts himself the next day. It's just not a controlled way to produce information. However, those of us who are inclined to believe what he says most of the time tend to be, unfortunately, the better educated part of the population on the whole. And he literally trumps on his own Trumpness by putting out information that's clearly proven to be false. He may be right on this, but this will need to be proven. That doesn't mean the hospitals doing this are wrong. I use a number of things off-label, and I haven't published some stuff, but I could tell you, privately what some of these things are, and they work, like 98% of the time. But I'm not an academic, and an academic would say, well, you can't do that, and you probably have something in your office that's like that. Yeah.
Right. It would surprise most listeners, most lay people, to know that in pediatrics, there's not one single drug that's FDA approved for children. They're all
therapeutic orphans. Yeah, they're all therapeutic orphans because they don't test enough kids. About 5 or 8 years ago, they had to put a plan through Congress where pharmaceutical companies are required to have a pediatric on their drugs, where they're required, if they want to bring them to market, that they have to test them on children, provided children get the same diseases that these drugs are aimed at.
So, Steve, we've got about 4 minutes before the break, and then we're going to go ahead and take this in a little bit different direction, but or complete this conversation about other treatments. But tell us about the skinny on remdesivir.
I'm hopeful it will work. I just treated a COVID patient at my hospital, and he was getting very sick, almost needed a ventilator, and turned around. He was given a combination. He was acting septic, so he got some pretty heavy antibiotics that I doused him with, and some steroids. And he turned around, and I actually saw him in follow-up yesterday. I'm going to see him in follow-up tomorrow. Got him confused with somebody else, and he's doing amazingly well. But I have hopes that remdesivir used in a reasonably controlled study is going to be effective. I have.
Can you tell people? Can you tell people what it was intended to do?
Right. Well, it was originally used in a number of viruses, but especially in the Ebola outbreak, where it was shown not to be persuasively good, but seems to have a broad activity in vitro, that is in test tubes and petri dishes, in cell culture lines, for a number of viruses, including coronavirus. So this has definite promise and interferes with the replication of the coronavirus.
So that's the remdesivir. What about tell us about this the enthusiasm about convalescent plasma?
Right. Well, presumably, and this has to be rigidly proven, you would make antibodies as you're in the recovery or convalescent phase from defeating a coronavirus infection, and then you could give the plasma or serum, that would be plasma in this case, from plasmapheresis, and you would then infuse this into patients. You could also, concentrate it and make it into an immune globulin. That could be done with a number of individuals. Or you could genetically engineer, plasma cells to make individual antibodies that see parts of the virus. That's called, monoclonal antibody technology. So all three are available. The quickest to get up and running is to get convalescent plasma, and that makes a lot of sense. That should limit the amount of viral spread. What you don't want to do is cause immunopathology, where adding antibody literally makes things worse. In other words, you might get necrosis of lung cells and the like. So it's not 100% certain, but in most cases, our own antibody tends to be helpful toward the end of infection, and also can be used perhaps as a preventative, like we use for hepatitis A. We use a version of that to prevent hepatitis A infection.
So we're going to need to go to a hard break, the only break that we'll have in the show. You are in the doctor's lounge. We're talking with infectious disease specialist Dr. Stephen Shore, former chief of infectious disease at Children's Hospital of Atlanta, and we're going through we're picking his brain about COVID today. So we're going to take a break. Stay with us.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening. You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Yeah.
Welcome back into the Doctor's Lounge. We're having a conversation today about not what else but the COVID crisis with my longtime friend and expert on infectious disease, Dr. Stephen Shore, the former chief of infectious disease at Children's Hospital of Atlanta. And we're trying to cover a lot of ground that many people are not covering regarding this whole conversation surrounding COVID. So, Steve, when we broke for the break, we talked about treatments that are out there for COVID, which aren't many, but there's three that are being discussed quite extensively, and that's Plaquenil, remdesivir, and convalescent plasma, which we discussed. Steve, are there any other treatments that are out there that are showing promise, or that we should keep our eyes open regarding?
Okay, so the only other thing is for those people who really get sick, there are a lot of people who seem to do okay for a week and then they suddenly shoot downhill, suggestive of an immunologic reaction where your own immune response defeats you, like it does in shock. We know that there's this disorderly cascade of molecular materials put out by lymphocytes, monocytes, macrophages called the cytokines, and you get a cytokine storm. And we are worried that is one of the things that contributes to death, perhaps in the lungs, perhaps in other organs. So some of the things to keep your eye on is the use of immunosuppressants of various kinds, including steroids, which my patient received. It did seem, along with the antibiotics, to turn him around. The other thing is to look at some of the monoclonal proteins that we use, the group like Humira and Remicade, to see if turning down the immune system might in fact be helpful. And I know there'll be some plans to study this along the way too. There's just a lot we need to know about why this disease does so much damage to a minority of people in their lungs. And I think we will figure this out. Some of this needs to be carefully done through autopsies. I have not heard a lot of stuff coming out yet about what the pathological lesions look like in the lungs of patients who have died. But certainly we have no shortage of deaths to do that on. And I'm hoping pathologists are studying this both, with their gross pathology, their microscopic pathology, and using immunochemistry. So I think we'll hear more about this. Yeah.
Steve, this is a question that's come up, quite often, which is, and I don't know if there's anything really behind this, but people have been instructed to avoid non-steroidal anti-inflammatories like Motrin or Aleve. What do you think about that? And is there anything behind that?
I don't think there's much behind it. It's some of these drugs are like Blanker Stevens Johnson, but you already have the fever. So parsing it out, I would be highly dubious if these agents play a significant deleterious role. Obviously, they're Band-Aids if you have a fever or chills and feel lousy. But if I had COVID and was symptomatic, it wouldn't bother me to take ibuprofen, or naproxen. Aleve at this point in time. So I don't think that's a big concern from my standpoint.
So here's another thing that's popular right now, and that's trying to, again, politicize what's going on, make this into a racial issue, how there's a disproportionate number of minorities, specifically African Americans, who are contracting disease, and they're being it's being equated with disparities in healthcare, when in fact it may be something quite different entirely. There are at-risk populations for this disease, and the at-risk populations, the diseases that put people at risk, are seen the African American community. Do I have that right, or is there something else you think?
No, the thing can be both genetic, so an intrinsic factor. We know African Americans, when they get tuberculosis, actually do worse. I think that's been proven. So, there can be things, just like whites do worse with malaria, we know, because of the absence of the sickle gene. So we all have these genetic built-in things, immune response genes. But obviously crowding, having to be on the front line, not being able to stay home from your job, the population kinetics of that clearly disfavors groups of people who have to stay in the workforce while it's there. So it does bring out a lot of things, and obviously it's been politicized. We could philosophize more about what that is ultimately later. But no, I agree. They are disproportionately affected, and this is something to start thinking about. But we also know that physicians are disproportionately affected. We know what that is. We're on the front line, and we're taking a direct hit, sometimes with poor equipment. So I don't think it's any different, quite frankly. I think we're in the same boat with the blacks and the Hispanics, those of us who are not black or Hispanic.
So we talked about treatments. We spent some time doing that, and I think that the brass ring, what everybody is looking for as the solution, the key out of this mess, is a vaccination for this. But I have a couple questions about that. Number one, is it realistic? I mean, we have diseases out there that have been devastating that we've never had a vaccination for. HIV is a terrific example of such a problem. So is it, a lot of people have staked a lot on this being over once we've gotten a vaccine. But is that something that we really should be putting all our eggs in that basket?
No, we shouldn't put all our eggs in that basket, and I'll tell you why. Each virus is its own critter. HIV just hangs out in lymphocytes, and you can't get at it. You might have a preventive vaccine, but once obviously the virus is in you, it's like herpes simplex. You can't get rid of it because it practices hiding out. In herpes, we call it latency. So that's one of the obstacles. The other thing is we're pretty good at vaccinating against agents that cause systemic disease. Why? Like with polio, because polio virus, to get people from your GI tract to your brain and spinal cord, has to go through the bloodstream. And that's where it's susceptible to antibodies that can neutralize the virus. So that's almost a no-brainer, or a no spinal quarter, as far as I'm concerned. But respiratory viruses are different. The only real respiratory virus vaccines that I can think of that we have in our armamentarium are the flu vaccines, which work, but not terribly well. And I think a lot of that is because what happens in the respiratory tract, it's a different system. It's the IgA system. It's not as much influenced by systemic immunity that comes to you through the bloodstream. And with antigenic variation and other things, we can get into that later with COVID, we don't know that a vaccine is going to really work for respiratory virus. In fact, there was an experimental respiratory syncytial virus vaccine, RSV, that was done by the National Institutes of Health, used by the National Institutes of Health experimentally in the 1960s, and it was deleterious to patients. So, in other words, we were adding probably immunopathology, and it was literally making the children and infants in this study worse, and was quickly withdrawn from study. So we have that as an example, too. I think it depends on the vaccine that we create for COVID, and then it must be, carefully tested to see if it can, in fact, prevent infection, or at least ameliorate it like flu does. Flu tends to reduce the number of hospitalizations and reduce the number of deaths. So while it's only about 50 to 70% protective against infection per se, it is about that protective against the virus putting you in the hospital or killing you. And
it's so interesting. Again, it's unwind politics and the experience of people and their ability to say things without having any knowledge at all. But, this whole thing about vaccinations, before COVID, the only people who were talking about vaccinations were those who were talking about it in a negative way, which are the anti-vaxxers, the ones who've embraced the nonsense that's out there that were based on a pack of lies. And many of those people are the Hollywood crowd. And these are the loudest voices now who are screaming for vaccination for COVID. And I find this incredibly ironic. I'm sure you do as well.
Yes. Of course I do. Yes, right. I think you have to be careful when you can make speeches that influence people, and then you're not really held accountable. I think that's the problem. If a physician comes out with something that's, somewhat radical, he may be right. I mean, the guy who claimed that bacteria caused stomach ulcers was actually put in a mental institution, but he was held. But at least he was held accountable, and later won a Nobel Prize. So he was held accountable in two different ways. So that's an example. But the people who put stuff out on the internet and they're like, our freedom of speech again, saying something bad about something that saves people's lives actually literally kills people. And right now we have no accountability for it. Perhaps in the future there will be a way of addressing accountability. Not that we want to try to muffle speech, but we're all our brother's keeper, whether we like it or not. And everything we say has meaning if it's picked up by sensitive ears. If you teach people that vaccines are a plot from the medical industry, the medical pharmaceutical complex, people just love conspiracies and they stop vaccinating. And it's a terrible thing because we know vaccines work from over and over and over again. They're really the greatest, I think, intellectual contribution in the 20th century without question.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would agree wholeheartedly. Just a few minutes ago, you actually brought up a topic that I wanted to get into, which is flu. We have a flu season, and that's something that I don't really understand why there's a flu season, and I'm hoping that you can shed some light in that, because right now, when COVID came out, people were downplaying it and saying more people die every year from the flu than from COVID, which is now not the case. But nonetheless, they're both respiratory viruses, and so they're often commingled in the same discussion. So first question: why is there a flu season?
Well, we think it's something, actually you should say flu seasons, because we had, in 2009, we had the outbreak of flu, and if I remember correctly, it started in summer camps. So typically it's a cooler weather disease, but we can see flu at any time of the year, but it tends to be in the cooler weather, and we believe that's because people are indoors, touching objects, not going on vacations, but staying at home. And then all the respiratory viruses, with a few exceptions, tend to have a peak in cool weather. Some of them grow better at lower temperatures, so that may be it, but it's never been passed away. But what happens is the flu virus has an ability to mutate, and it starts either in the northern hemisphere and goes south, like some of the tides, like the Gulf Stream, and they move up into. They go from north to south in the northern hemisphere, and they travel up, and we sometimes can get a head start on them in determining what they're like antigenically. But I think that's what it is. There's an ebb and flow from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere back to the northern hemisphere. And then the virus mutates based on what the serological experiences of the population, and under pressure of, let's say, 100% of the population is immune to one antigenic form of flu, so the virus mutates to take advantage of it, and then you see a new strain come up, and it just modifies and modifies. Right now we're searching for a universal flu vaccine that will hit all the different strains simultaneously and give that every year, and that would be quite interesting. But we know flu does that. We call it antigenic drift, and sometimes we get an antigenic shift where it really goes from A1 to A2 to A3. But most of the time, these are minor things, making vaccines not work as well and making our own hard-won antibodies not work as well, and we get more things. The virus, of course, just wants to live just like we do. So they're RNA up against basically our DNA, and it's a fight for survival.
So, Steve, smart people, well, I don't know if I consider myself a smart person, but
you are.
I have a little bit of knowledge, and and I try to do some of my own research and try to see if there's some other clue as to, number one, are the things that we can do to try to boost our immune system. And in looking at this and thinking about this, I'm wondering if there's maybe another reason besides crowding and indoors and touching things that causes a flu season. And what I'm getting at is that one of the things that I've come across is that vitamin D is a very important vitamin for boosting the pulmonary, the resistance of the pulmonary system, to enhance it. Mm-hmm. And when people are indoors, when there's decreased sunlight and people's vitamin D levels go down, that actually may be a reason why their pulmonary resistance also suffers. Is there anything behind that, you think?
There could be. I don't really take a vitamin supplement. My own feeling is a good balanced diet. The 7 food groups is what I was taught in the 4th grade, and that's pretty much what I practice. Maybe too many carbs, but I'm human. No, I think there could be something to that. I don't see any harm in people taking vitamin D supplements. It's very safe. As long as you don't take mega amounts. If you take something like 2,000 or 3,000 international units a day, that may help. And I agree, being indoors, I think the biggest thing that makes disease more common and worse is psychological stress, depression, and the like. Mm-hmm. I think taking care of your mental and spiritual health is absolutely key to not getting whacked by diseases, so that diseases tend to crop up when the word dis-ease means you're lacking ease. And when you're already diseased in terms of your mental outlook, every symptom becomes felt and the like. And that's, talk about disgraces in our medical system, the inequality between what we do for alleged physical illness and what we do for mental illness in this country is just...
Oh, sure. That's another conversation entirely.
That's another conversation entirely. Yes, that's half of my family has mental health issues. I've been treated for depression myself. Thank God I have a good psychiatrist and good medications. But, the limitations that those illnesses place on our recovery, not only psychologically but somatically, is tremendous.
Well, that's what Dr. Phil is saying.
No. Well, Dr. Phil's not always wrong. Even Dr. Oz is not always wrong. They sometimes do go off the deep end, and of course that gets them more viewers and eyeballs. And the problem is the whole world. It's selling things and eyeballs. I love capitalism, but it is like trying to eat one piece of chocolate.
So, just this week, Dr. Redfield, the head of the CDC, created an incredible uproar, furor, with his one comment off the cuff about COVID resurfacing this fall.
Yes.
Do you think that that was a first of all, that's very possible. we all, as physicians...
It's almost, I would say it's probable. Knowing what I know about our response and the fact that we're not immune and we're not testing enough. We really do have to have mass testing and contact tracing, and that's where we should be putting our money into. That's, and now they are, while everyone had their pants down, it's like Pearl Harbor or 911, what we do after we're smacked in the gut is we need to respond forcefully, as we did in both situations, and we went through to a kind of victory in both. And that's what we're learning now. We have to fight. The country needs to be mobilized in the same way. And it's, in my opinion, it's patriotic to wear a mask. It's patriotic to follow reasonable social distancing so that you or your loved ones don't get this horrible thing. So
maybe you should make some cloth masks with an American flag on it.
I think that would be a great idea. And it could say Trump was right all along. I don't care. Just wear your GD mask, because that's what you have to do. And I think Mr. Donald is coming around to believe that now. This is not the coronavirus was not put there to take him down or not, but it exposes the weakness of the government and our own human thinking processes. It literally looks for our weaknesses, and that's how viruses survive. They survive on our own cells, be they brain cells or liver cells.
So let's end this conversation. We don't have much time left in the show with the origins of the disease, because that's been a topic that now has become quite contentious again. Unfortunately, political.
Right. Right.
But nonetheless, this disease started in Wuhan, China. I don't think there's anybody who could deny that.
I think it's probably correct. Probably correct. Yes.
And there was an op-ed in yesterday's Wall Street Journal that was written by Tom Cotton, the senator who
from Arkansas. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, who former Army officer, former West Pointer and Harvard-educated lawyer. He is very critical of, number one, the communist Chinese cover-up, and is alleging, as are a number of people, that this was not a spontaneous mutation that jumped across species, but an engineered virus in one of the two virology laboratories in Wuhan that do not take the same precautions as our CDC does in handling viruses. So what's your opinion about that?
I think that may have contributed. There may have been something lax. I don't know that they have a bioweapons program. We did for a long time at Fort Detrick up in Maryland. I mean, I used to hear about it, although I was never party to what they were actually doing exactly, other than they were doing some interesting stuff. And I think it's more likely that they found this virus from someone in the Wuhan area, perhaps near the live market where animals and live animals and humans intermingle. And then they did not take good precautions, and perhaps a lab worker got infected. I have a feeling the virus was already there. I am highly dubious that it was genetically engineered. From the standpoint of the Communist Party wanting it, I don't see how that furthers anything for them, because they are totally dependent on trade with us to have the wealth that they do. And whether that's right or wrong, this is disruptive to China as well as America and international commerce. And I think it only makes their political situation worse. So I don't think it was deliberate. Could it have been sloppiness that let it get out? Yes. But even then, we're now finding that there are earlier cases of the virus in the United States. We've just found a couple, people in California who had the infection early. Let me just give you one other parallel. If you're not looking for it, you don't see it. So for years, they had a disease in Africa called the SLIMS, definitely in the 1950s, which we now know is HIV. One of my prior colleagues had sera from Africa in the 50s looking at for herpes virus, And when he went and tested, he found HIV antibody in it. This is in the 1950s. So in other words, HIV was there in the 50s. It manifested itself as a local epidemic here. But in Africa, where people die from so many things, including malaria, I mean, fever is so common, wasting away is common, parasites are common, it was never recognized. So it's a disease of, poor ascertainment. So we really don't know where it started. But my guess is it did jump from probably bats to some mammalian species. And that center market there is a disaster in Wuhan ready to happen and does need to be closed down. I think that's the only thing I'll state. Did the Chinese government hide the information? I'm absolutely certain they did. And that's not that's just how totalitarian governments do. If it doesn't suit me, I'm not telling you.
Yeah, it's interesting that if there was not something more sinister going on than just a market source, that they wouldn't. I just wonder why they expelled all Western reporters and they destroyed all the evidence for a epidemiologic deep dive into this.
Well, I'm not sure they were trying to save their own butts, which is a characteristic of politicians the world over, except we have a much more vigorous information system, and for all its bads, everything gets out in the United States, whether it's the truth or not, whereas in China, where the news is managed, that's not. So I have no doubt that they did not act honorably and the like. And
we've got 2 minutes, and I want to ask one quick question. WHO, did they do a good job, a bad job? Did they unwittingly play a role in allowing this to get to the point that it's at?
Yes, all those questions. How are they? They're a bit medium effective. They're the only worldwide tool we have. A great job for people who exit CDC. I didn't stay long enough just to go to their headquarters in Lausanne, Switzerland. So that's a job I would like. But no, they do a fairly good job. We do have to keep supporting them. They are politically oriented too, just like every other. They're like the International Court at The Hague. You can't stop that. But this is not a time to cut back on funding to WHO, no matter what their limitations.
So, Steve, final thought in the last minute. Is there an end point? Are we going leave our listeners with some parting words of wisdom?
I think we're going to rise to the occasion, especially if we have another blip up in the fall where everyone has to take it seriously. I think we're going to come to our senses and do the massive testing and tracing that we need to do. We seem to find money for everything else. And when we do it, this will be a thing of the past. I'm hoping we're going to realize that we take we don't do very well with any of our infrastructure right now, roads, bridges, teachers, what we pay pediatricians. I mean, it's just interesting. And we have to face the fact that having a good infrastructure is worth the expense.
Steve, thanks so much for being with us today. This was an excellent conversation about COVID and other things and how it crosses over into politics. And I was delighted to have you with me today, and I hope that we can get you back at some point into the Doctor's Lounge.
I'm absolutely delighted to come back. Thank you, Hal.
Steve, stay safe and come and join us. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Fight today. Thank you. Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Scherz, as we talk about the topics that doctors talk about amongst themselves, such as Medicare, Obamacare, alternative forms of care, and health information technology. Join us every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
A device manufacturing rep that works with me in my operating room. I've been working with him for a long time. He and I are going to expose a lot of the inefficiencies in healthcare today in order to help us get a better...
Good morning and welcome to America's Web Radio. We're glad to have you listening in on this Friday. And this is time for the business hour. And we've had sort of a little turnover, and not a big turnover. In fact, it's a great turnover. Mr. Chance Ritchie is doing the show these days, and you can follow him on our page on our website, as a matter of fact, and or you can go to his page on Facebook and on YouTube as well. So we're glad to have Chance in the family of America's Web Radio. Good morning, Chance.
So if you don't mind, Ray, welcome
to
America's
morning, David,
Web Radio.
and welcome to America's Web Radio. I'm Chance Ritchie, and this is the Business Hour. We have a great show for you today. We'll, of course, be talking about COVID-19 and the response to the crisis. And later in the show, we'll talk more about how small businesses can survive and thrive during this time. We also have a couple of great guests for you today. Jack Christides will discuss how the COVID-19 crisis has affected major and college sports from an economic perspective. And then we'll have John Neary on to discuss his thoughts on the government's response to coronavirus. But first, our top stories from the week. A few good stories out there. Number one, jobless claims were up 4.4 million for a total of 26 million claims in the past 6 weeks. That represents about 16% of the labor force being out of work. Now, the silver lining in that is that claims were only up 4.4 million this past week, so it seems that the rate of folks applying for jobless claims is coming down somewhat. Also, oil prices have stabilized, with the June West Texas Intermediate futures contract currently trading at $17 a barrel. Some of you may remember that the May contract closed at a negative number for the month, so that was it's good to see that oil prices have stabilized a bit, good for the general economy. And then another $484 billion of stimulus has been approved by the government, with an additional $322 billion earmarked for the Paycheck Protection Program, $75 billion for hospitals, and $25 billion for additional coronavirus testing. So without further ado, we'll get to our first guest today, Jack Christides. Jack studied sports management at the University of Michigan and has worked for the San Diego Chargers previously. Welcome to the show, Jack.
Thanks, Chance. Pleasure to be here.
So, I know you have your own show on America's Web Radio starting next week covering the business of sports. Just tell us a little bit about what the show will be centered around and what some example topics you have that will be discussed that are maybe different than the typical sports radio shows people are listening to.
Yeah, so I'm extremely excited to be premiering my new show next week called $1 Billion Ballers. And I'm happy you mentioned that it's a little unorthodox for a sports show because a lot of the sports shows out there come from kind of a fan's perspective, which is great. Everyone loves sports and everyone wants to talk about what's going on. But in light of the recent COVID pandemic that's going on right now, we're going to be taking a little bit alternative of approach. We're going to be discussing some of the economic impacts of that a little bit in the upcoming first show. And moving on, it's really going to be about the inside business of sports. So with the NFL draft going on, I know people are always hearing the NFL's business. Well, we're going to talk a little bit about what that actually means and how dollar signs actually drive all the major and college sports in America. So for some example topics that are going to be discussed just this first week, we're going to talk about the NCAA and all the Division I athletic departments and just how this pandemic right now is affecting not only them in the short term, but also them in the long term. And then we're also going to discuss the recent NFL CBA agreement and how that is going to affect the way that we view our sports as fans.
Well, that's great. And I don't want you to give the first show away, but, just talk to our listeners a little bit at a high level on how the coronavirus crisis is going to affect the business of sports, and will there be long-lasting effects from the time lost to the virus?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and there's obviously a lot to unpack, and we'll go more into detail next Friday. But just on surface value, this pandemic is having a huge effect on sports, as we know. There's the obvious face value stuff of the non-gathering. We saw the NFL draft last night, of course, happening virtually, no stage walks, no shaking hands with the commissioner. So that's definitely going to take some time to get used to. The NBA season's paused. We don't know when the NFL's returning. NCAA sports in the spring all got canceled this year. So it's definitely an interesting time. But a lot of what people might not necessarily be noticing right now, and it's understandable because it's not the most visible or talked about topic at the moment, is the underlying effects this is going to have on sports and the long-term things that could happen. So, for example, and again, I don't want to give away too much of the first show, but just taking a look at the NCAA and how those sports operate from a fiscal standpoint. What a lot of people don't know is that college athletic departments are typically revenue funded, and that revenue, the vast majority of it is coming from their football and their basketball programs. In some cases, up to 80, 90% in extreme. So when we're talking about the potential cancellation of the D1 football season for this upcoming fall, that could have widespread effects across all the different sports, even well into the spring. So while you may be a Duke basketball fan or a Duke football fan, you may think, oh, it's okay, we won't have our football season, but then I'll get to watch the lacrosse season in the fall and see those boys and those gals play a great season. Well, if all these football seasons don't happen, that's going to dent the revenue on all these athletic departments, and it could have effect on those spring sports as well. So even though teams might not be able to play just because of the social gathering aspects and the problems COVID causes there's potential for economic fallout leading to delays in sports for, in my estimations, up to at least a whole year.
Jack, could I ask...
That's pretty significant. So I think what you're saying is that if football were to be canceled or they weren't able to have fans, obviously they would still have the TV revenue in that circumstance where they play games without fans, but that could have a ripple effect that could ultimately cause the cancellation of other sports in the spring and beyond once presumably the COVID-19 crisis has passed.
Yeah, of course, and everybody wants to watch these sports. It's of course upsetting that they may not be happening in the first place, but colleges just simply can't afford to put on these sports if they're not getting the revenue, the TV revenue, the ticket revenue that they'd be getting from these college football programs if the season has to be canceled because of the coronavirus. So it's obviously a developing story because we don't know for sure what's going to happen, but we've already seen some fallout actually. Just this past week, we saw that the University of Cincinnati canceled its soccer season, which certainly wasn't expected. We would have assumed that by the time that season would have happened, the social distancing guidelines would have been over and everything would have been okay. But things like that do happen when you have schools like that are significantly funded by their football team.
Jack, you and Chance, I want to ask both of you the same question, and either one can answer or both can answer. With the bailouts that are now available, will the pro football teams and our basketball teams and our baseball teams be eligible for any of the PPP money that to go to pay the salaries of $30, $40, $100 million players?
Well, I'll take that one. And the short answer, David, is I think at the surface level they would be eligible if you read the details of the payroll protection, the Paycheck Protection Program. But from a public relations perspective, I doubt that there's any NBA owners that would pursue those. We've already seen backlash from certain companies, accepting funds under the Paycheck Protection Program. Most notably, you've had Shake Shack that has, said they're not taking the money. You've had people take the money, give the money back. So there are examples out there. I think guidance just came out where the Treasury Department asked for the money back from publicly traded companies because they felt like that was, it wasn't the responsibility of the American taxpayer to fund payrolls for publicly traded companies. So you're already seeing some things like that happen, and they're really narrowing the focus of the Paycheck Protection Program to, privately held small businesses, which was the original intent of the program.
Yeah, and just to add on to that a little bit, Chance, I think getting back to the sport aspect a little bit, I've been getting this question a lot, people saying, are these billionaire owners going to be paying their millionaire players? It's an interesting question to look at, but when you focus into the NBA and specifically, we have already seen just in the past week, the NBA had a 25% salary cut for all of their players for the remainder of the season, and obviously we don't know if that season's actually going to occur or not. But that itself has had a lot of backlash. So it'll be interesting to see for sure the fan reaction as sports tries to adapt to this situation in a very visible market for them.
Yeah, and I think there'll be ripple effects in endorsements. I mean, obviously, if you don't have the players on the court, the players aren't as recognizable to the fans, and they're not as marketable from an endorsement standpoint. So, we'll see what happens, but, the longer this drags on, the worse it is for professional and college sports. I can tell you that.
Certainly.
Well, Jack, hey, thanks for being on the show. Really looking forward to your show starting next week. Once again, Jack Christides, his show is Billion Dollar Ballers, where we'll be talking about the business of sports, which is a really interesting topic, and I know there's a lot to unpack there. So we'll see you next week, Jack.
Thanks, Chance. This was great. I look forward to next week, guys.
All right. Well, our next guest, and David, is it time to go to a break before we introduce our next guest?
We could do that if you'd like to. We can take a quick break and come back. And by the way, Jack was fantastic. Looking forward to him as well being part of the America's Web Radio family. And I think his show is going to be just something extraordinary. I haven't found one like it on any other station, and I think everybody's going to be very proud of Jack. So we'll be back with the Business Hour right after this.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Quick Stakes, that's QUIK Stakes, are not just for surveyors. They are great for family and community gardens. Go online to www.quickstake.com or contact your local land surveying supply dealer and get you a box of Quick Stakes. You'll love them every year when you plant your garden. Again, that's Quick Stakes, QUIK Stakes, the truly preferred way to stake and identify what's in your garden now.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And welcome back to America's Web Radio. We're glad to have you listening in today. And we've got the Business Hour in progress with Chance Ritchie, and he's got his second guest with him. So, Chance, back to you.
Thanks, David. Our next guest is John Neary. John immigrated to the United States from Ireland almost 20 years ago now and has done extremely well. John was previously the Chief Information Officer for a multi-billion-dollar large publicly traded finance company and was most recently the chief executive officer of a national vehicle dealership network. Welcome to the show, John.
Thanks for having me, Chance. I'm very pleased to be here.
So John, we have a lot to go through today, but, I'd like for you to give the listeners a little background on your journey from Irish immigrant to C-suite executive for a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and then I'd like to get into, Right Workplace. And Right Workplace is an awesome concept and business that you founded that helps companies develop their culture in what I think is a very simple and effective way.
Thanks, John. So, I've been in the U.S. since 2001. My background was in IT, so growing up in Ireland and into university, I was very interested in computer science. Studied computer science at Trinity College in Dublin, and worked a full-time job while I was at university to pay for it. So I was working, 40-hour a week, and then going to Trinity for evening classes to complete my degree. Moved to Belgium after graduation. Worked in Antwerp for a couple of years as a programmer, working on old mainframe systems. And I was actually doing a lot of contract work for General Motors Europe. And that's ultimately what brought me to Detroit and Michigan here. General Motors in Detroit had a need for mainframe programmers. It's a pretty specialized skill now, and it was just as much so then. So I managed to come over on a specialized visa, and got my start as a programmer with what was then Electronic Data Systems, EDS, and worked as a programmer there for a number of years. After a few years, in the early 2000s, there was a trend to kind of outsource a lot of IT work, a lot of programming work. So at the time, I felt I needed to kind of adjust. If I was going to make it in the U.S., I saw more and more contracts being fulfilled with overseas labor. So here I am, an immigrant in the U.S. I come over here, and now the work's going somewhere else. So I thought, well, I've got to adjust. So I started to study disciplines like project management, business analysis, and more general, business practices, and ultimately landed a job with a finance company that was focused on IT, but was more on the project management side. So it was a little bit less technical, more interfacing with customers in the business. So that was kind of an early career transition. And from there, I just, part luck, part hard work, and a lot being surrounded by really good people, but managed to work my way up. And from starting as a pretty junior business analyst, I finished my tenure at that company as their chief information officer, which is something I was very proud of and I really enjoyed. For various reasons, I wanted to try a different challenge. I was pretty young, and that was, in my opinion at the time, as far as I could really go in that organization. So like a lot of people, you look for, what's your next challenge? What can you do? So after about 10 years there, I joined a small dealership group, and as their CEO, helped to build that up into a much more recognizable network with over 25 locations. And I did that for 5 years and had a lot of fun doing it. And then, once again, came time for a change. At that point, it's when I decided, okay, well, what are the common threads between these experiences that I really enjoyed? And the thing I enjoyed the most was leading teams of people and helping those people feel engaged and happy in their work and motivated in their work in the way that I was. And it's that experience that brought me to create Right Workplace, which is really a company that's focused on helping businesses of all sizes build a really positive, engaging, entrepreneurial, go-getter type culture.
And that's a tech company in and of itself, because the interface is entirely online. And we've tried it at our company, and it works great. It's fantastic. It's very deep without being a huge burden to your employees, which is we found to be awesome. Just tell us a little bit more about how Right Workplace works.
Sure. So I suppose a little bit of background. I mean, a lot of people will have heard of companies who pursue workplace awards of different kinds. A lot of times workplace awards are tied to publications, which is problematic in a couple of ways. First of all, many of them have an enormous amount of questions that employees have to fill out. So you've got 50-plus questions, so it's an intimidating survey. They're administered usually on an annual basis because they're tied to a publication. So, for example, you might take a survey in July, results might be available in November, and then a publication or a magazine that shares those results is available in January. So the time between an employee giving their feedback and actually getting the results and seeing what leadership's going to do about them, it can be months. And the actual data that you collect from those surveys can be pretty daunting to mine as well and derive meaningful action from. So what we did with Right Workplace is said, okay, well, there can't be 50 things that decide whether a person is really the right workplace for them. There's got to be a smaller number of things that really matter. And then by the same token, for business owners who are competing in these kind of competition surveys for top workplaces, a lot of times the publications that share the results, they want to emphasize, marketable stories. So companies that have got free lunches or on-site massages, crazy perks that make for good reading and good highlights, but they're not consistent with normal business practices. They're not consistent with businesses that just don't have the kind of resources to spend on those benefits. And frankly, they're not the things that I found matter to people at work. You can have all the perks you like at a workplace, but people will really tell you whether they love or hate their job based on the relationships they have at their workplace. So what Right Workplace does is it says, okay, let's take a small number of things that matter. And there are three things. There's, first of all, do you trust and respect your leader? Second of all, do you work in an environment where you feel your coworkers want you to succeed? And third of all, do you feel that your voice matters? So none of those things have anything to do with exciting perks, but they have everything to do with whether someone is really happy and engaged at work. So we just measure those three things through a confidential and secure survey. It's done through our software platform that we developed. The results are immediate, and the process itself is very, very simple for small businesses to participate in and for employees to engage in. And instead of a competition where it's top 50 or top 100, so you're competing with everybody, it's more like a grade. And you get a passing grade or you get a failing grade. So, just because an employer down the street is doing something a certain way doesn't make you any better or worse as a leader or an employer in your specific business. So really we focus on a small number of things that matter, deliver almost immediate results, and give business owners a more meaningful and actionable platform to keep keep the finger on the pulse of their culture.
Yeah, and the two things we really found interesting about it was I did not expect people to be as open as they were in their feedback with our company, and because of the way you've made the user experience, I think it really fosters this trust in the process, and you get people's true feelings, which was very, very helpful to our company whenever we used Right Workplace. And I've got to think that given the effects of COVID-19 and folks having to work from home, companies are even more concerned now about their culture and maintaining that culture while you don't have people gathering in an office. And I do think Right Workplace could go a long way towards helping companies determine what their culture looks like and then maintaining that culture even, given stay-at-home orders.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a crazy time right now with everything that's going on, but that's some of the feedback that we've been receiving too, that it is really a good time to have a tool that allows people to continue to measure their culture and get feedback in a pretty timely manner.
So getting back to coronavirus a little bit, and I think you're seeing this, in talking to the businesses you work with. What do you think about the federal and state government response to coronavirus? And do you think there will be long-lasting effects to the economy? We've seen the short-term effects, unemployment in Michigan is about 17%. You have 26 million people out of work out of a 164 million person workforce. Do you think these are short-term effects, and what do you think the response has been from the government?
You know, I think it's an extraordinarily difficult situation for anyone, and there have been plenty of examples of decisions at the state level that I personally felt were, you know, maybe the wrong decisions or not balanced decisions. But what I do think right now is, you know, a great example of seeing, you know, Americans act in a way that they try to really put everybody's interests or protect everybody's interests as best they can. So I might not agree with everything our own governor is doing here in Michigan, but I do, you know, have faith in the intentions that they're trying to protect people and trying to, you know, keep people safe at a very difficult time. You know, at the federal level, I think they're communicating, you know, excessively, which is appropriate for what we're going through, and trying to reassure people daily that you know, they're doing their absolute best to make this thing be as painless as possible. So, I mean, I can pick examples of things that I disagree with or have problems with, but ultimately I trust the intentions of you know, the leaders we have, and I hope this phase ends pretty quickly.
Well, I would say you have way more faith than me. I mean, I'm looking at some statistics on Michigan in particular, and the executive orders that Governor Whitmer has put in place. So, if you look at a graph of coronavirus case density versus the number of unemployment applications in any given state, New York, which everybody knows has had more coronavirus cases than any state by far, is only sitting at about 12% of the workforce has applied for unemployment benefits. Then you get to Michigan, and it's the 8th highest coronavirus density of all the states out there, and it's at 20. It's at 17% or 20%, depending on what you look at, and it's the second highest behind Hawaii. And I think the reason Hawaii is the highest is because you really can't travel there and stay in a hotel. So, I think the response by the governor with Executive Order 21, which was superseded by Executive Order 42, which has some fairly draconian restrictions on personal liberty and movement, has led to a disproportionate outcome with unemployment relative to the number of cases we have in the state. And I do think there's going to be long-term effects to the Michigan economy. The manufacturing base here is not something you can just turn on and off that quickly. And I think that you're going to see the automakers, auto suppliers have longer-term issues that'll take 2, 3, 4, 5 years to work themselves back out. We've already seen the UAW is not going to go back to work in the beginning of May, even if the restrictions are relaxed. So that's a little disheartening. But, my take on it is we need to get this economy jump-started. We need to let people use common sense with respect to social distancing and gathering, and we all need to get back to work.
I don't think there's anyone who will disagree with that. We got to get things moving as quickly and as safely as we can.
And my take on it is that a lot of these orders, I mean, you can be on a lake, but you can't in your canoe, but you can't be in a powered boat. I mean, that to me sort of smells of some agenda, some environmental agenda that Governor Whitmer is probably trying to use these powers as a way to get a vice presidential nomination, to expand her base to more progressive voters. Who knows? But a lot of it just doesn't make sense, and you're seeing the mismanagement of the crisis in Michigan in particular bear itself out in the unemployment numbers. So,
and Chance, with that, we've got to take our next break. So we'll be back with the Business Hour and Chance Ritchie and his very interesting guest. We'll be back after this.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp.
This is very good.
What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? Sure. And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed?
Very good.
We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome to America's Web Radio. I'm Chance Ritchie. This is the Business Hour. We're going to continue with our guest today, John Neary. We introduced John last segment. John has a very interesting background, immigrated to the United States about 20 years ago, attained a great deal of success in this country, and maybe we could talk about immigration for just a second. You know, President Trump last week instituted orders limiting immigration for the next 60 days. You know, how do you feel about, you know, President Trump order in particular, and then the immigration topic as it stands today? I know some people are kind of on the side of, hey, we need as many folks immigrating in as possible. We're not really concerned about whether they've gone through all the proper processes. Where do you stand on that, given that you have gone through the proper immigration channels?
So, I mean, just the first part of your question, you know, what do I think of his restrictions today? So I view them as less of a restriction on immigration as just a practical restriction on travel into the country. Not a total restriction, but a practical limitation of travel given the environment they're in. Now, I view that as practical. I think it's, you know, not surprisingly being labeled as motivated by something else in the media, but I just view it as, you know, he's doing what he can to protect the American people from this thing, this current COVID situation being worse than it is. So I don't see it as any more than that. Immigration in general, I can speak to my own experience, which was, you know, it started with really being educated in a specialized discipline in computer science and developing a skill set that I was able to use in Ireland, where I worked first, in Belgium, where I worked second, and then ultimately it was a skill that apparently had value in the U.S., so through a supplier of General Motors, and that's how I secured my first you know, real job in the U.S. So I had that job offer before I left Belgium to go into the U.S., and the visa was a specialized work visa that I qualified for at that time. So, you know, going back 20 years, I felt very fortunate to be able to come over and get some experience in the U.S. I thought at that time it might be a, you know, 2-3 year engagement. I'd have some great experience on my resume. I'd go back to Europe, probably to Ireland, and continue my career. And I'd have experience which is pretty valued in those markets, which is experience working for an American corporation stateside. So I do get frustrated at times when, you know, having experienced the kind of the lengthy processes that you have to go through subsequent to get, you know, different visa types. So you can come over on a certain type of visa, and then to stay, there's a renewal process. And there's, you know, there's different type of visas. There's your green card process, and there's ultimately the citizenship process. All in all, you know, it took literally years from the time that I first came to the U.S. illegally, the time that I became a citizen. And I was extremely proud to attain citizenship and ultimately settle here and build my life here. So my view on immigration is there's, there is a path for people who want to do it the right way. I understand that sometimes people either don't have the means or the patience to follow that path, but it's there for a reason. So, I think all countries, including Ireland, actually, they have standardized processes to manage the ebb and flow of people and talent into their country. But my view on what I see Trump trying to do is bring some, stability and some real process to the way that system works, and to ensure that the U.S. has sovereignty, that there's not this flow of people without vetting for skills, without vetting for fit to the American economy.
Right. If you have a complete open borders policy, you don't have a country.
Right.
And there are processes in place, and it's interesting to talk to somebody who's been through that process. I also have a couple of other Canadian friends who've been through the citizenship process, and frankly, I think it's not so much I definitely don't have a problem with folks immigrating into the country. I have a problem with folks trying to shortcut the process. And I think that's the biggest issue that people have, is folks trying to undermine the laws that are already out there. So, and I do think that President Trump made the point this week that the 60-day moratorium on immigration was also about not giving out those work visas so that Americans had preferential access to those jobs, while unemployment's at 16% or whatever the latest number is. So, I do think it's driven a little bit by getting Americans back to work preferentially, but long term, obviously immigration of talent into the country is very, very important. Last segment, we had touched on your business, Right Workplace, and how it's helping companies during the COVID-19 crisis to maintain this culture even when folks, can't be together. How are you personally adjusting to this new environment with COVID-19? And do you think Governor Whitmer is going to extend the stay-at-home orders here in Michigan?
So the last I heard of the stay-at-home order issues, adding 2 weeks and extending it to mid-May. So are you asking, beyond that date, or?
Yeah. Do you think, I'm hearing Memorial Day, I'm hearing into June.
Yeah.
And I just think there'll be a catastrophic effect on the Michigan economy and the U.S. economy if we don't start getting some folks back to work. I'm already seeing Georgia's moving in the direction to ease the restrictions.
Yeah.
I was in Texas for 6 weeks up until Tuesday, and things have barely changed. You can't go to restaurants, you can't gather in large groups, but by and large, you can still go to the store, you can still do all your outdoor activities. It's not that much of a change. I didn't really notice it until I got to Michigan on Tuesday, and it's a drastic change to your lifestyle here.
No, it's dramatic. We're effectively in a holding pattern. Everyone's in a holding pattern, and I think a lot of people are fearful and trying to figure out how to make ends meet and how to support themselves financially until this thing ends. So I hope it ends when it's scheduled to. And more importantly, I hope there's good reason for it to end when it's scheduled to, and all the data suggests that things have stabilized, that we can get back to work. Now, going back to some of the information you cited earlier, I do think that there's some middle ground. You talked about the economy as being treated like a switch. You can't just turn hit the off switch on an economy like the one we have in Michigan. I've heard other states refer to it as a dimmer switch, where they can limit business activities that require a lot of interpersonal interactions, try to accommodate businesses that can operate safely, and for businesses that do traditionally require a lot of interpersonal activity, have some alternate business model with more curbside delivery or online ordering, things like that. So I hope it ends when it does. If it doesn't, I hope the measures are a little bit more balanced and maybe in line with other states where they open it up somewhat. So we try to keep as many jobs as we possibly can during this time.
Yeah, I think to put a fine point on it, I think technically we're outside of the executive order just by doing this radio show, and the two of us getting together to do this. So I hope the police don't storm in here and give us our tickets any minute now, because you're not even supposed to gather with close friends in groups of two, which is, to me, just seems egregious. But enough about that. John's super excited about Right Workplace. You can find it at rightworkplace.com. And it's good for businesses. We used it for our business, which has 25 employees, up to businesses of any size. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And I feel like you're going to have great results. For our next topic, I'd like to really talk a little bit about the stock market and the effect on the broader economy. And to me, there seems to be a real disconnect. We saw the stock market start to recover this week. I think it hit a low of around 18,000, something like that, whenever the Dow Jones Industrial back in March, and it's climbed back to about 23,000 and change. I don't really I know that you do a lot in the stock market. I don't really understand how the economic fundamentals are going to be there to support a stock market recovery.
The short answer to that is neither do I. And I think over the next couple of quarters, we're going to see some brutal earnings announcements where people are going to have to reconcile the valuations that you're seeing in the market with earnings results that just aren't going to support them.
Yeah, I mean, I personally thought 18,000 and back in March was going to be from a high of close to 30,000 was going to be the tip of the iceberg. I mean, equity, the stock market is based on equity values.
Yeah.
And as heavily debt laden as some of these companies are, I looked for equity values to go to zero in some cases. So to me, that the bottom was 18,000 was, that is an indication of how much faith people have in the government, in the system, the federal government in particular, to do what's necessary to get the stock market and get the economy back on track.
Yeah, we're aligned in that. I'm pretty bearish on things right now too, and I don't think personally I don't think we're at bottom at all or even close to it.
Yeah, no, I think we got a small blip up here, at 23,000. I'm certainly not a prognosticator of the stock market, but I know that personally I would be hesitant to invest at these levels, especially. Some companies, I just don't think they've felt the pain yet, and I think the pain, like you said, is going to come in second quarter, third quarter results. So, David, with that, we'll take a break, and we could come back with our fourth segment.
All righty, and when we come back, I would like to ask y'all, if you think about it before we come back, is I support what Trump did yesterday as far as talking to Iran rather stoutly and saying, you mess with us and you're going to lose a boat. So what effect would more problems in the Middle East cause? We'll be back right after this.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous, tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
I would. Make an example of them.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
And I want to remind everybody that before we get back with the business hour, is following the business hour will be our master's message, our Kung Fu message, and we'll all, as always, we'll start it off with a brief bit of meditation. So stay tuned for that. Right now, you're listening to America's Web Radio, and we'll bring you right back into the business hour with Chance Ritchie.
Well, thanks, David. David, I think before the break, you had a question on President Trump's response to Iran.
Yeah, yesterday he basically gave the Navy the trigger power. They mess with you, blow them out of the water.
So having been in the Navy for 14 years previously and during the time of Operation Southern Watch, we ran a lot of exercises in the Persian Gulf. I can tell you that those threats always exist. It's nothing new. And it's good to see a president step up and give Navy commanders the ability to make a real-time decision about the threat and the response to that threat. I know that in the past, with previous administrations, the military has been handcuffed with their response, and it's definitely led to an ineffectiveness on some level with our military. So good to see that the president is sort of decentralizing that authority and giving the commanders on the ground and in the ships the ability to respond to those threats. But I think you had asked me the question, what do I think the broader effect on the economy would be? And I think you're seeing it in the stabilization of oil prices. Anytime there's threats in the Middle East, there's a threat to the disruption of oil coming from the Middle East with something like this, you see that oil prices will go up. And I think that's why we're even where we're at $17 a barrel right now. I mean, a global oil demand is typically in the range of 100 million barrels per day. And we've seen a drop-off of 26 million barrels per day over the last 6 to 8 weeks since the start of the coronavirus crisis. So that reduction in demand, coupled with an increase in supply, has put a huge strain on the storage capability of West Texas Intermediate crude in particular, which led to the complete capitulation of oil prices earlier this month and at the end of March. So, this conflict with Iran, if nothing else, should help to stabilize those oil prices, which, in the short term is actually good for the American economy. There are thousands of workers, particularly in Texas, North Dakota, the Appalachia, that depend on these oil and gas jobs. So stabilizing prices, stabilizing production is certainly helpful overall to our broader economy.
Chance, how could someone make a statement like AOC did that, I hope that the Texas oil business goes under?
Well, I think that comes from a very uneducated, uninformed point of view. I mean, look, I have a master's degree in environmental engineering, and I would love it if we could move to totally renewable sources. I think everybody would like to see that in the long run, but the reality of the situation is we're not at that point yet. We are not at the point where we can use wind turbines, we can use solar power to provide all of the energy that this country needs at this particular time. There's a lot of issues with those in particular with storage. Obviously, the sun doesn't shine at night. The wind doesn't always blow. so you have to have a way to capture that energy, and we're just not there yet with battery and storage technology for wind and solar to completely provide all the energy needed to drive this economy and all the oil, natural gas, nuclear power that's used in addition to wind and solar. So, I think if AOC got what she asked for, we'd essentially be in the Stone Age, which I don't think anybody's interested in.
You said it very profoundly. Very good. So back to you and your show and your guest.
Yeah, so wrapping up, here with John, we've gone through the federal government, the states government's response to COVID-19. It's not all bad news. We're seeing a lot of people doing a lot of good things. I think there are opportunities out there for people. Certainly that's hard to say for people that have been laid off and are part of the 26 million folks that have sought unemployment benefits over the last 6 weeks. But have you seen any silver lining out there? Have you seen any bright spots in the economy?
Really bright spots in the economy right now are pretty hard to find. There's certainly bright spots in relationships that all of us have where, it's nice to see people checking in on each other. It's nice to see people appreciating those on the front lines. It's nice to see people recognizing the value in jobs like working in grocery stores more so than ever. I'm a big believer in, any honest work is great work, but, how often have you heard people in grocery stores or other frontline services outside of the medical professional even being referred to as heroes, and rightly so. So I view that as a positive. Economically, it really is. It's hard to find a bright spot right now, particularly in Michigan with almost everything shut down. But I do think it's good for people to reevaluate their business models because there will be a new normal when this is all done. It's good for people on a personal level to reevaluate, their budgetary situation and their ability to weather surprises like this, even short-lived ones, to make sure they're financially positioned to weather them. And same goes for businesses. I'm sure you've experienced this with your business when there's a dramatic interruption into what you typically do. Are you positioned to weather it? And what are the things you can do to adjust? So,
and I think that's a great point. We are a small business, truly a small business, 25 employees, a very technical business, but we've shifted our entire focus from our traditional business of specialty chemicals to making hand sanitizer. And we're giving away 25% of it to frontline responders, hospitals, the United Way in particular. But, we've completely sort of changed our business to hand sanitizer in a matter of 3 or 4 weeks. And I think you're seeing a lot of other businesses out there respond in that way. Traditionally, restaurants that are, white tablecloth service are now moving towards that, carry-out model. And you're seeing people adjust just really in a very short period of time, which shows the resiliency of the American people, of the American economy. And like you said, I think there will be long-term structural effects of where companies are transitioning their business plan to something that's more sustainable in the event something like COVID-19 were to come back again.
For sure.
One quick point I wanted to make, though. You mentioned hospitals. All of the restrictions on personal movement, on the governor's orders, were always predicated not on the number of people that would die in the state of Michigan and even in other states, but it was always predicated on hospitals not having enough beds for people who were infected with coronavirus. So now I hear all of these statistics about nurses being laid off, furloughed, being an inordinate amount of hospital beds open, and hospitals are having a hard time staying afloat during coronavirus. So for me, there's a real disconnect between the way these restrictions were sold to us and what we're seeing in reality with the effect that coronavirus is having on the finances of these hospitals.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of the whole point behind this flattening the curve is that you don't have a situation where you're, you have more people in need of ICU beds than you have ICU beds available. So one way to look at that is, if there's too much of a disparity and too many ICU beds available, either it's because we're doing a great job of preventing the spread of the disease or because we've overreacted. I'd like to think that it's because we're doing, a good job of containing it, and it's not, kind of an overreaction thing. That's just my personal view. And then separately, the closures, or not the closures, rather the layoffs that we're hearing about in media now about hospitals locally that are laying people off. My understanding is a lot of that is tied to the stoppages that have occurred with all the other procedures, particularly elective procedures, where hospitals, I imagine, derive a lot of their revenues from, and they don't have the work to support it. So it is a bizarre, disconnect given what we're going through, and then seeing hospitals lay people off. It's hard to mentally reconcile those two, and it's obviously unfortunate. And then you have the people who are arguably the most exposed on the front line that we're all referring to as heroes, and then you pick up the paper and see, oh boy, their jobs are at risk as well. It does seem really, really difficult to reconcile that.
Well, for my money, I think this is a situation where the cure is more damaging than the virus itself. I think the economics effect and the economic effects of this are going to be with us long after the coronavirus has gone away, and you're certainly seeing that in the jobless numbers. And you just can't put 26 million people back to work overnight. I mean, I think you're going to see a lot of businesses that have used this as an opportunity to sort of streamline their operations. And I think it's folly to think that all 26 million people are going to get put back to work if the coronavirus went away overnight.
I would agree.
And so our 3+% unemployment that we had before the coronavirus, is going to be much higher on an ongoing basis, in my mind, once we're well past this. Do you agree with that statement, David?
I do, and unfortunately, it's about time to put the plug in the jug. This has been a great show. My compliments to the chef, or to the host, Chance, and I thought it was very good, and Jack was super, and your last guest was super, so, and I think everybody, quite frankly, I learned a lot, and that's what it's all about, is no matter how old you are, keep learning. And I agree with your whole show, as a matter of fact. So thank you for doing it. Thank you for being a part of the family. And we look forward to next week and more business hours coming up.
Well, thanks, David. Thanks to our guest, John Neary, Jack Christides. Once again, you can find John at rightworkplace.com. It's a great cultural business model that he has. Thanks for being on, John.
Thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate it.
We will talk to you soon, Chance. Take care.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Okay, folks, let's have some fun on America's Web Radio.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Good morning and welcome to America's Web Radio, and we're going to get right to this, our show in just a moment. Safe, all about elderly abuse, and Joe's got a couple of great guests that are going to be on. But before we do that, I wanted to announce to everybody that we're going to be doing a very, very special interview in the near future with Dr. Nicole Saphier. And many of you may know that name from Fox and Friends. She's just written a book, or it's just been published, Let's Make America Healthy Again. And she is not only a very attractive lady, but she's also very, very nice. And she sent me an email that was just absolutely couldn't have been nicer. So with that being said, we're going to start our show. Safe, all about elderly abuse, and here's Joe and his guest.
Good. Welcome, everybody. Joe Gavalis with the Safe Senior Hour, and I hope you all are safe and healthy. And today our guest will be Jason Marbut, as Senior Assistant District Attorney with the Cobb Judicial Circuit, which is Cobb County, and Jason's been a guest before, and we're glad you could come again, Jason. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on.
Right, and we're going to try today to focus our show, obviously, on elder abuse, and things I have to remind everybody is, number one, elder abuse doesn't report itself. So you all, need to help your loved ones and help people who you know or might be being some kind of abuse in an abusive situation. And we had defined abuse as physical, financial, and institutional. So we'll talk about all sorts of these things. But today we're also going to kind of gear our show on the coronavirus and some scams that have taken place there. But again, crime and scams and abuse doesn't stop. It's not all about the coronavirus. It's about several things. So with that, Jason, let me just ask you, just let everybody know your background, and then we'll go into some good discussion here about abuse situations.
Sure. Well, I guess I've been a prosecutor here in Cobb County for the past 15 years and have been specializing in the area of elder abuse and vulnerable protection for about half that time. And I'm the chairman of the Cobb Elder Abuse Task Force. I've taught a lot of law enforcement. We do a lot of law enforcement training to help them recognize the signs of abuse, both from a physical standpoint, but also a financial standpoint. And I've done some national trainings as well to try and improve everybody's responses to this, and so that we can maintain some networks and continue to have some conversations about this important issue.
Well, that's great, and I understand our other guest got on with us, Chuck McPhillamy with the Marietta Police Department, and the Public Information Officer. Chuck, are you on? Can you hear us?
Joe, I'm here. I'm not sure how loud or quiet I'm going to be. I can barely hear you.
Okay, well, I can hear you pretty well here, and I think, Jason, you can hear him. And so
hey Chuck.
We'll work on that, and for our listeners, Chuck is not only... he wears a lot of hats, but his hat is the Public Information Officer for the Marietta Police, but he also does public information coordination for the North Georgia Elder Abuse Task Force, and we rely on him to really help get messages out of what's happening in the community, and it's very important. As you know, Jason and Chuck, education is everything. It's keep people informed about what's going on. Today, I'd like to gear our show on with Chuck and Jason is how do local, from a city, county point of view, what are you all seeing from this coronavirus? How's it affecting your work, and some just tips we can give our listeners out there throughout the United States and throughout the world here?
So I'll go first, and then maybe Chuck can jump in a little bit. The biggest thing from my perspective, of course, I'm a prosecutor, so I work in the courts for the most part. and the courts have been slowed down. We are closed for all but essential functions, and that means only emergency hearings, things that affect people getting in or out of custody, are really being scheduled and heard. We have moved in the past couple of weeks to try and schedule some non-essential things, and we're handling those via video conferencing, Zoom, that technology, which everybody seems to be learning about and doing. So it makes it hard, right, that we're not seeing each other face to face. We're not having those normal conversations about things, and it makes it difficult for a lot of these issues and these scams. I'm not sure. I suspect that we have some scams that we've heard about from other jurisdictions that are hitting ours, but I haven't heard specifically any cases that are reported yet. Chuck may know more because police are still out working, and they're still taking calls and complaints, and so maybe he's familiar with some of that.
Yeah, Chuck, can you fill us in on how is this affecting the Marietta Police Department? Just give a little background for our listeners, how big it is in the area you cover.
Sure. Marietta is the county seat for Cobb County, and we service an area of roughly, you could argue by the census, somewhere around 60 to 70,000 residents, and that number grows typically pre-COVID-19. That number grows by day with workers coming in. Our work hasn't stopped. Like Jason alluded to on the court side, it has changed. It's changed in a lot of different ways that we just hadn't ever thought of. This is unprecedented for all of us. Typically, I would show up at your house and immediately walk inside. Now I'm going to ask if you'll step outside and speak with me outside, where we can both be in fresh air and stay a little bit safer. The reality of scams, we as a police department coordinate with other law enforcement agencies around the country, and as Jason said, fortunately, Marietta seems to have avoided, at least knock on wood, up until now, the brunt of these scams that are happening, but we are hearing about them in Georgia as well as around the country. There will never be a time where criminals aren't looking for a way to get money from you. And unfortunately, this whole COVID-19 coronavirus situation is so unfamiliar for all of us that it's left it open for the picking for these criminals to come up with a new scam, it seems like daily, from some reaching out to the elderly saying, we have the cure, the government doesn't want you to know it, but you can buy it from us, buy it direct now, give me your credit card, to I have the test kits, I have stocks of them, and I'll send you the test kits so you can know if you have it. Those are all lies. Those are all false, and you are giving your money away if you fall victim to that.
Well, I appreciate that. Talking to law enforcement, and both you and Jason, I'm hearing that there are more calls now coming in for like domestic disputes and more like, possibly drug overdoses, things like that, and welfare checks. Could you go over that kind of scenario? Do you see more of that, Chuck or Jason?
I'll jump in first. Yes to all of that. I have a friend. As you know, I'm kind of an open book. I'll leave his name out of it because he would be blushing right now. But I have a friend who has a high-ranking job. He's a professional. He's in his early 50s. He's got 2 young children, and 1 week into the virus, he called me and said, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I've never been at home with these 2 young kids this much. How long is this going to go on? I think at some point, each one of us has our own different release, our own different way of coping with things. For some, it's sports. For some, it's hiking or biking or exercise or a long walk. And for those that can't get in that release anymore, you have a tension-building situation. Yes, we have had an increase in calls just in tense situations where people have gotten frustrated with each other. but it's more just a chance to get people out into the front yard, get them talking, get them realizing we're all in this. Your neighbors are going through the exact same thing that you're going through. Let's prevent this from escalating and requiring us taking someone to jail. From the overdose perspective, there hasn't been an increase, but there is a consistent, steady flow, the same as we've had in the past. As a city, we do our best to try and get those individuals the help they can instead of just locking them up. Each situation is unique. It's not a one answer fits all. It's not a one size fits all. But when we can, we're going to get that individual into some sort of therapy and get them the treatment they need so we can try and break that cycle. To your last question on the welfare check, if you have a loved one or a family or a friend that lives within our jurisdiction and you're concerned about their safety and you can't get them on the phone, it would always be smarter for you to call 911, give them the address, ask if we can go by and do a welfare check. If you suspect, they're going to ask you regardless, but if you suspect that they may have the virus, please share that information so that we can dress appropriately and mask up and use our personal protective equipment or PPE before knocking on that door. But that is something even pre-corona. If you have a friend or family member who has, let's say, diabetes or some other long-term health issue, and suddenly you can't reach them on the phone, you want to call as soon as possible so that we can check and make sure they're not lying on the floor of their apartment or their house. We want to get them the help as soon as we can.
Right, and before I turn it over to Jason, and this goes for anybody in the United States, it's not uncommon for somebody to be living in Wisconsin and they have a loved one living alone in, let's say, Arkansas or Texas. So please, if you haven't heard or have concerns, please call that jurisdiction, whether it be the police, the sheriff's office, and just tell them you want to do a welfare call. This is important, and I think this issue about somebody just lying there is a horrible, horrible experience for anybody to go through. And Jason, do you want to just fill in some stuff, what we were talking about before, where, everybody sees that?
Well, I think the big thing that I wanted to kind of jump off of what Chuck was talking about is social isolation. That's one of the hallmarks of criminals, even before coronavirus, that we look for that as a sign of potential abuse because it makes somebody a greater, there's a greater opportunity to victimize somebody when they are isolated from other friends or family or neighbors who can look out for them. And so what we have with this situation going on right now is natural isolation. In fact, we're told to isolate. And so what I'm concerned with, and one of my biggest concerns, is where that is going to allow our scammers and our abusers to work their way in to take advantage of folks.
Well, we're going to go into this in a little more detail in the next segment as we're about to leave this segment and come back to our two special guests today, Jason Marbit and Chuck McPhillamy. So we'll be right back.
And again, we want to remind everybody that we've got a very special guest coming to America's Web Radio, which is Dr. Nicole Saphier. You may know the name from Fox and Friends, and we'll be doing an interview with Nicole coming up very shortly, within the next week or so, regarding her book, Let's Make America Healthy Again. Want to remind everybody, too, about our great programming that we've got here at America's Web Radio. We've got the Doctor's Lounge that talks about what doctors talk about in their lounge at hospitals, and they're doing a lot of talking right now. We've also got the Master's Message, our Kung Fu master, Shi Diru, and he leads us in meditation every Friday, and is also working with Harvard and Yale and many other medical schools regarding meditation and what it can do for you. Then we have Sandy Bostic that does our agent in charge, Homeland Security. He was a former Homeland Security agent, and he was the agent in charge in El Paso. and our attorney, Robert D'Agostino, and Do Facts Matter. Then my pick, David's pick, which will be on this Thursday, and it'll also be the show that Dr. Sapphire will be on. I don't think it'll be this Thursday, but next Thursday. And then don't forget that one of our hosts is working very hard, and they were talking about it today on Fox News, as a matter of fact. And he's in procurement. It's General Richard Dix, retired. In fact, I talked to Richard last night for a few minutes, and he will be coming back to his show, Remembering Desert Shield and Desert Storm. But it's going to be a little while. But they were talking about the provisions and fulfilling anything states need, and that's why he was called back up to active duty, as he's a logistics expert and is helping with taking care of and getting rid of the coronavirus. So we appreciate General Dix. Want prayers for all of our hosts and guests that come on America's Web Radio, and we have done everything we can to make sure everybody's safe and sound. And want to thank everybody for tuning in over the weekend. We had a couple of slight problems, but we appreciate your loyalty, and stay tuned for more of Safe right after a couple of quick messages.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Well, welcome back to the Safe Senior Hour with Joe Gavalis and our two special guests today. Senior Assistant District Attorney Jason Marbit, and Public Information Officer for the Marietta Police Department. That's Marietta, Georgia, and also he also wears a hat and helps out the North Georgia Elder Abuse Task Force as our giving us guidance on the public information level. And I appreciate you people both being here, and I think you all will concur with me. We want to give a big thanks and not forget to all our first responders. It includes fire, medical, EMT, police.
And I want to say one more thing about that. Our first responders and our veterans, if you're opening up your businesses that you may have on the side of what you're doing, if you're reopening your businesses, like they say, if you advertise, they will come. But if you keep it a secret, they won't know that you're open. So what we're doing is, if you're reopening a business that you have, you're a veteran or a first responder of any kind, you're reopening your business, send GM at America's Web Radio the details, and we'll put it on the air absolutely no charge. We will, if it's a national business, that's even better because we go nationally. But if you're a local business, we got a lot of local listeners too. So we'll put it on America's Web Radio for no charge if you're a veteran or a first responder reopening a business that had been closed because of the virus crisis.
Well, I think that's a great offer, and I hope everybody takes advantage of it. I think that when we talk about, we're thanking the first responders, our healthcare workers, but let's just go back. Thank God these people, our truckers who get who get all the supplies, our people who work in the grocery stores, the pharmacies, or that keep the gas stations open. There are a lot of just so many people. I probably didn't address half of them, but we all want to thank you to go through this. And as Jason just said, this is something everybody's experiencing, and it's not unique to any area. And we thank you for all what you've done. Well, let me go back here on this. Talk about just some kind of cases that we've looked at or situations. And Jason, I think we turned it over to you to look at that some of the situations like Chuck was talking about, the domestic or issues at home, how easy it flares up because most people haven't been at home, right, with their.
Unfortunately, I think that's right. I think that we have seen or we've heard of an increase of domestic calls, and part of elder abuse is going to include domestic. We do include the physical, so we do want people to understand that we're still here and we're still working. Law enforcement will still go out and talk and investigate, and folks need to also take a deep breath. We're all in this. We're all dealing with the new experiences and new emotions, and this being with folks who you probably love but are stuck with. My wife. Chuck was talking about his friend. I'll talk about my wife a little bit. One of the things that I think we figured out very early on in our marriage is I have a room in my house which we call Mantown, and that was. We learned very early on that I needed that space, that there is no when I go in Mantown, nobody gets to tell me what I hang on the wall, what I put on, whether there's something that's dirty on the floor, if I take my socks off and I don't put them where they're supposed to go. That's my safe space for that, and she gets her own Womantown for it. So I think that it's healthy for folks to have some separation while they're together, and it's natural. And so just understand that we are all in this together, and we're gonna get through it.
Well, I was fortunate when I was a federal agent to have a tour of the big nuclear submarine. I think it was the West Virginia, and which is huge. By the way, at that point they said it's the second biggest ship in the Navy. It was huge, with all the missiles on it. And one of the places they pointed out to us, because when they go out, they're out for an indefinite period of time. And they have exactly what Jason was talking about. It's a small little room, but it's for enlisted men only. No officers can go in there. They can't, what's said in there can't be used against anybody. They found out they needed their space. And that's basically where we're at now. I mean, that's a great comment you just made. I thought that was great. I don't know. And again, I think, Chuck, you're the ones that have to respond. You're the first responders. But, boy, I tell you, I just feel as this thing goes on, I hope it gets over soon here. And thank you guys for showing up and taking the professional attitude that you're not out there to arrest people. You will if you have to, but you're out there to help people.
Joe, you just reminded me, and I shouldn't have missed on this anyway. We have a nuclear submarine captain that does a show for us, Chance Ritchie. He was the nuclear engineer on a submarine, a captain, and he does our business hour. And he will be reviewing remarks very shortly, like from AOC, that, she's so glad that the Texas oil business has gone under. And I can't wait to get the pictures of her pushing her limousine.
That she does take her limousine. She appreciates it. So as we were talking, and Chuck, and maybe you can say, have you all been seeing any non-coronavirus kind of issues so far, but just the normal type scams or abusive issues? Has there anything been coming up that you've been seeing?
No, it hasn't been unique to Corona, and it hasn't been. It's very much criminals will be criminals, and it's business as usual for them. To be honest with you, Joe, I think the best comment that I could make right now would be back to something Jason said a few minutes ago about social isolation. The reality is we're talking to elders, and we're talking about how do you get through this unprecedented time. And I will tell you that my wife and I have a 2.5-year-old grandson and a 1-year-old grandson, and the families communicate very differently. Our children have different technology. One wants to use FaceTime, the other one wants to use WhatsApp as an app on the phone, and then both are using video calls because you can't just simply go see the grandchildren right now. And I would encourage anyone listening to this, if you're not familiar or tech savvy yourself, the reality is if you're that age, you probably have kids who have an older cell phone sitting in a box in an attic doing nothing that will still connect to a Wi-Fi and would allow you to video. So there are options there. If you're hearing this and you're not familiar what to do, chances are you have a friend or a family member or or a niece or a nephew that is tech savvy that could walk you through that might not cost anything, that they could mail you that device and give you the ability to stay in touch.
Well, I think that's so important. I don't know, Jason, if you have any comments about it, but before we go on, I think this is what's really happening, and I hear that from friends of mine and neighbors, is they have loved ones that are in a nursing home, assisted living, personal care home, and they can't see them. They're just stopped from it, and this is really hurting them because they're used to seeing their parents or their loved ones every week or 2 or 3 times a week, or talking to them. I don't know if you all heard any stories about that or dealt with that, Jason?
I have, and in fact, I have a friend who has a mother in a facility who's actually out of state, right? So we're in Georgia, and he has a mother who's in Florida, and I've talked with him as he frets because he's used to being able to go visit her, talk on her, check on her, and being stuck to just do that via phone certainly creates concern. It creates concern for family members, and I will say it creates concern for us in law enforcement that we are concerned about. I think that our healthcare workers are doing yeoman's work, and they're dealing with a lot of difficult situations, and I really appreciate the job that they are doing with the coronavirus. So I don't mean to cast aspersion on healthcare workers, but there's a part of me which is concerned about what might be going on in facilities right now that we're not hearing about, that we're going to uncover later because we're not able to interact with people. And I only say that from our experience of knowing that there is some abuse that has gone on in facilities, and we are concerned about that, both from a standpoint of the physical, but we're also concerned with the financial. We've got these stimulus checks that are going out. You and I were talking about this, I think, in the past couple of days, that there have been reports of facilities and places taking the checks or convincing people that the checks should go to them.
Right.
Maybe they've got some outstanding debt or something going on there at the facility, and they'll just take the check for the facility. Obviously, that's wrong, and we're concerned that we're only going to find out about that stuff on the in the aftermath in a few months from now when the money's gone.
No, that isn't true. And in fact, that was disclosed first time to me was last week on our show. One of our guests discussed that, and then we ran it down afterwards. And yes, that is an issue, and we're trying to, as many other people are, trying to get the information out, just to remind people that this is a gift from the government, and it should be. So noted, and our residents in these nursing homes, assisted living, personal care homes, they should be getting these payments also. So we just have to keep an eye out and just remind people that whose money it really is. But I do want to talk about the some cases here that I think maybe both of you have seen in. And that is because I've had neighbors talk to me, and actually they want us to give a little talk to a group about is when family members allow their kids or grandkids to come in and stay at their house, and it all of a sudden it's no longer this mutual acceptance where you're a guest in our house, you can stay here. It's when the kids actually take a stronger, more controlling aspect of telling people what to do, the owners of the house, meaning their grandparents or their parents, what they can do, what they can't do, and related issues. And I'm talking to Chuck and Jason. Have you seen that? I think we have. We've had some cases like that.
We've had cases like that before, of varying degrees. In fact, I'm thinking of one from Marietta, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. It's analogous to what you're describing. I think that we can run the gamut from somebody who moves in to help out to, I think the case I'm thinking of was a guy who had grown up. It was his family home that he'd grown up in, and quite frankly, he had a drug problem. And so he would move out, go out, get in trouble, and continually come back over the years, but now was in his mid-40s and was going on a bender again, and basically would tell folks, well, this is where I live, and he would break into his parents' house and live there. treat it like his own. I think this is an extreme, Joe. I think that this guy had, in fact, he would kick doors in and had spray painted on a basement wall an arrow to a couch, and he called it, this was, I won't say his name, but that was his couch, but basically would use his parents' house as a flop house such that they were terrorized and never knew when their son was going to come in. And it was difficult to figure out what to do, because to some extent, once you invite someone into your home to live, they do, after a certain period of time, the only way to really get them out is you have to evict them. If you've invited them in and said that they can live there on a permanent basis, of course, it's different than if you say you're just going to come over for a night or two, then you don't really have to go through the eviction process for that. So it does create some difficulty, but I think that you can be exploited if it's your property and someone is treating it as if their own. They're depriving you of that property and your free use and enjoyment.
Well, Chuck, we'll come back to you here when we've got to take our next break, but we'll come back and continue this discussion on the Safe Senior Hour.
And as I did earlier, I want to do it again, as a matter of fact, and invite you, as you're staying at home, sheltering in place, and you're looking for something different to do, look to America's Web Radio and go online, go to iTunes or YouTube and look up some of your favorite shows that maybe you didn't get to listen to, and listen to them, like our show with General Richard Dix, which is Remembering Desert Shield and Desert Storm. All of the Doctor's Lounges are on. Master's Message, that's our Kung Fu master, Shi Di Ru, that does a heck of a job. And Do Facts Matter? And then I want to remind you that coming up very shortly, we will be having Dr. Nicole Sapphire on, talking about her book and her experiences on Fox and Friends. And not only that, but we've got a lot of surprises that are going to be just absolutely fantastic, and we're looking forward to springing some of those surprises on you in the very near future. And we've got the Business Hour with our submarine captain, Mr. Chance Ritchie, and he does a wonderful job, and he'll be talking about the Texas oil situation in business and how, whether you realize it or not, you think it only affects you at the pump, but it affects you a whole lot more than that. So one other last thing is that if you're active duty, a first responder, or a veteran, and you're reopening your business that's been closed because of the coronavirus, and you're reopening it, let us know, and they will come if you advertise and tell people that you're doing it. So just email GM@America's Web Radio with the details of you opening your business, and we will give you free national advertising. We have thousands and thousands and millions that listen to America's Web Radio throughout the world, and we'll be glad to, we want to do it for you, and we'll be glad to tell the world that you've reopened. Advertise and they will come. So with that being said, let's get back to our program with Joe and his guest right now.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Joe Gavalis with the Safe Senior Hour. Again, I kind of remind you, elder abuse doesn't report itself, and our discussions on elder abuse that we use as a definition: physical, financial, and institutional. And we have two really great guests, and we're honored today to have them. Jason Marbut, the Senior Assistant District Attorney with the Cobb County Judicial District, who heads up the white collar and elder abuse units of the Cobb DA's office. Well known throughout not only the state, but the country in elder abuse matters. And Chuck McPhillamy, who is the Public Information Officer and member of the North Georgia Elder Abuse Task Force, and one of his hats he wears is the Public Information Officer for the task force. So we were just talking about different situations here about, because I had some people raise some issues on it, where a senior will invite somebody like their grandkids, nieces or nephews, it might even be their kids, to move in with them. And rather than just have this symbiotic relationship, the children or these guests just take over in a very offensive manner. And Jason talked about one case that he was aware of, And I just wonder whether you've seen anything or heard of any cases like that. I know the case that Jason talked about was in Marietta, but I think there are some other cases that you might be familiar with. Chuck, you on?
That love is reciprocated and that it doesn't come with strings. Jason alluded to a case and referenced the fact that that individual had become addicted to drugs. That is a very common thread that occurs in these situations where the 20 to 50-year-old child is now addicted and their children, the grandchild in this relationship. So now the grandparents listening to this, the elderly, are trying to figure out, do I need to raise my grandkids? What do I need to do? Do I allow my adult child to move back into the house? Do I allow my grandchildren, who might be high school or even college age, to move into the house with me? And then what does that look like? There is a very different personality between someone born that is now in the 60 to 80 year range. They were brought up with a different mindset than someone who is 20 years old today. I would dare say that the average person listening to this that would be in the retirement age or older never wanted to stay with mom and dad. They couldn't wait to leave the house and start their own life and start their own adventure. And for whatever reason, however we've created this anomaly, we have a group of kids now that find it completely comfortable to stay in their parents' house for an extended number of years. It's a very different mindset, and what Jason alluded to, we have seen on a number of cases. It's incredibly important, if you are the victim of that, as you keep saying at each one of these, the crime doesn't report itself. You know what's normal within your own household. You know what's normal within your own neighborhood. If you found yourself in that old analogy of the frog in boiling water that sat there not realizing it kept getting hotter and hotter and hotter in that water, if you find yourself in a situation where suddenly you think that you are being taken advantage of or even abused, and you have someone in your home that is no longer welcome, it's important that you start that process. And if you're not familiar with how, then call 911, have an officer dispatched, and ask for advice. They can usually give you the forms, they keep them in the car, on how to go through the whole process, taking the action. But then we also need that victim in that situation to be willing to stand up and say, I am a victim and I do have rights, and I'm sorry, I know you're my loved one, but this isn't appropriate, and I'm not going to allow you to abuse me.
I know one of the cases, and both you gentlemen might remember it, where the elderly parents or grandparents in their 80s actually locked themselves in the room, and the elderly gentleman went and got a firearm to protect himself because he was afraid and had been threatened by his, I think it was his grandkids.
Well, is this? I think it was his stepson. If we're thinking of the same case,
I think we are.
And I think that was part of why he felt the need. He had married later in life when stepson was already an adult son, and had developed a relationship. I wouldn't say it was a close relationship by any stretch, but certainly wanted to respect his new wife's wishes and didn't want to alienate her by continue to have conflict with the stepson, and but was in an awful situation because the stepson clearly was taking advantage of mom and intimidating the stepfather who was living there in his house, and it was their house. One thing I want to talk about is, and of course I brought up eviction because eviction is something that is a recourse which is appropriate in many of these circumstances, and sometimes it's the only recourse that we have, but sometimes, and this is to Chuck's point, why we want you to, you've got to report it. You've got to get police involved if it reaches a state where there is abuse and there is fraud going on or that intimidation, because we don't necessarily have to wait for eviction. If a crime is being committed, we can arrest someone and you can continue to evict while they are arrested. You don't have to wait to evict someone to decide whether a crime has actually occurred or not. So if you're so intimidated that you've got to lock yourself in your own room of your house and get a firearm because you're afraid that your stepson might hurt you or intimidating you, well, that's intentional infliction of mental anguish, and that's a crime. So
in Georgia, that certainly isn't. It might be everywhere else here or in other countries. And go back, Chuck, I think that our listeners need to know that police are not upset if you call them and they come out and talk to you, and they don't have to arrest anybody. They're willing to talk, report it, get it on record. Isn't that right? I mean, not everybody's arrested every time the police come.
That is exactly correct. And it's important to also acknowledge that, I mean, you have hundreds of thousands of individuals, men and women, wearing a badge in some capacity in and around this country. Each one of us is going to approach things a little bit differently. If you get someone out who just doesn't click with you and you feel like you're not getting the answers that you need, this is no different than being in a restaurant and asking to speak with the restaurant manager. If you happen to be that one time where you finally get up the courage and you make the call and you believe that a crime is being committed and you don't feel that road officer gave you the answer that you needed, that may not be a bad road officer. That might be that road officer just dealt with the death of a child and he's so, or she is so traumatized, they're just not on their game. They're not in the right mindset in that moment. You can always call 911 back and ask for a road supervisor to come meet with you. It gives you the ability to share that information, and as Jason said, we need you to report that because you in that moment are the victim, and if you're not letting us know what happened, we can't be there to help you resolve it.
No, I think that's good, and I think our listeners needed to hear that, and I think it's it's good advice. Don't be afraid to call and ask for help and ask for assistance, and as I think Chuck said earlier, it doesn't mean people are coming into your house. Things are different now. They'll have you come out or whatever. I think you gave you the scenario. But we want to keep everybody safe and get everybody through this situation. But things that we're talking about aren't that unusual. They happened before there was a coronavirus. I think the cases, Jason, you talked about were before that. And I just want, while we're starting to wrap up this segment, I want to, if we can, both Jason and Chuck, talk about some institutional type issues that you might have seen where there were matters that of concern that people should be on the lookout if they hear it or whatever it is. Well, actually, I think we'll probably be better taking this in the next segment. And so we're going to take a break from the Safe Senior Hour, and we'll be back with our final segment.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them. This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the final segment of the Safe Senior Hour with Joe Gavalis and our two honored guests today, Jason Marbit, Senior Assistant District Attorney with the Cobb Judicial District and head of the White Collar Elder Abuse Unit for the Cobb DA's office. And again, if you don't know, Cobb County is a suburb of Atlanta and it has about, 785,000 people in it, I think. It's one of the biggest counties, and in the county seat is Marietta, and that's where we have Chuck McPhillamy on, who is the public information officer for the Marietta PD, but also is a member of our task force and handles public information help for us on the task force. So we want to thank you both for being here, and we're just trying to go into, on this segment, both Chuck and Jason, talking about institutional type abuses. We tell everybody elder abuse doesn't report itself, and the three types of abuse are that we look at are physical, financial, and institutional. So let's talk about some institutional issues that are raised, and again, that if you see something, say something, and you'll get law enforcement out or whoever the appropriate person is to help you. So I don't know whoever wants to go first, Jason or...
I can go a little bit. We talk about institutional abuse in Georgia, and of course, when we talk about the actual crimes, we mean abuse, which is the physical. We mean neglect, which is not providing people the services that they need to care for themselves or the assistance that they need to care, and the financial, which is the exploitation. Particularly when you start talking about institutional, I think we really look at the neglect cases. And we've had a number of those, unfortunately, over the years in our jurisdiction. We know that they are not in just our jurisdiction, but I am concerned at times like this when folks are required to be at home. We've got some shortages of food. I'm afraid of what some of our folks, that they may be experiencing some of the same issues that we've had with cases where I can think of personal care homes, unlicensed personal care homes, where folks are supposedly assisting people with their activities of daily living, but they are not feeding them properly. We've had cases where we've had disabled men locked in basements where they're feeding them on bologna sandwiches and bread and some juice, and they'll get just a little of that every day. I'm concerned that we have those going on right now with people being required to shelter in place in places which are not adequate facilities for the number of people that are in them. And I guess I remind your listeners that these cases we can only do something about when we know about. So you've got to find the way to report those to us. And we're still working. Law enforcement is still working. And you've heard that from Chuck. So we can look into these. But we've had those problems. And I think that they are probably out there right now in the general public.
Well, I think that, Chuck, can you fill this in? I think you Marietta has been one of the outstanding departments that will see situations like this and try to help resolve the situation. And not everyone is resolved by the police. You can go to the regulatory groups. Isn't that true?
That's absolutely true, Joe. The reality is, if you're listening to this and you have a loved one in an assisted living facility of any type, of any level of assisted living, you've turned over the care of that individual to an entity, and you have an assumption that there's a level of care being met. If you show up and things look like they've changed, or there's a problem, or you're hearing that there was a crime that was committed, or there might be some neglect, it's important that you reach out and start that process. Joe, it might be appropriate for you to share some of the links that you and Chief Flynn have worked on together, just old school pamphlets, trifold pamphlets with some links on it to different entities, because if I'm being candid, I'm 50 years old, and if my parents have passed, but if they were still alive, it would be a challenge for me. Well, when do I call APS, Adult Protective Services? Or what do they do? When do I call HFR, that's Healthcare Facility Regulation? Well, what do they do? Well, how will I get through to the right person? And when should I call? Some of those are answered in just an if-then statement and again, an old-school pamphlet that you and Chief Flynn put together. The reality is we've turned over care of our loved ones, and we're hoping that those loved ones are being taken care of. And I want to take a quick side tangent here for just a second before I turn it back over to you. Something we talk about, you led with thank you for first responders and for everyone who's out there trying to make sure that we're all safe. The whole goal of this hour is to ensure that our elderly understand that they have ways to reach out and get help. We haven't talked about the fact that the caregivers taking care of the elderly in those assisted living facilities, their level of stress has gone up exponentially because their relief to get away is now only to go back home into that same pressure cooker, and they may not have that, and Jason, I forget what you called it, a man room?
Man-town.
Man-town. They may not have their own man-town or woman-town room to go to. It's important that we keep them in our thoughts and prayers, and that if you know someone who's in that situation and they're under an enormous amount of stress, they need you to reach out as their friend to help them learn ways to cope and bring that stress level down so that they can be there for the seniors when they're there on staff.
Well, you couldn't have said it any better, and I know we kind of generally, group them in with healthcare workers, but you're so right on these caregivers going in every day to these places, and just looking at the statistics at which I just sent out. We have them for the state of Georgia, and I'm sure every state will be coming out with them for nursing homes, personal care homes, or assisted living. And you look at the number of residents, then the number of residents that showed positive for the virus. But then also look at the number of staff that showed positive. And so you can see these people every day are doing an incredible job. And it was a great point that we just drill down and highlight those caretakers. It's very important. And again, if you hear anything or to help people, this is what we're out here for, to try to help people. Call somebody, call a professional, call a friend that you have, call somebody in the faith-based community that you deal with, or call law enforcement, and they'll get you to the right place. Because if it bothers you, it's worth being talked to. And again, not every case is criminal, and not everybody's going to jail. But what we're looking for is to take care of that citizen that you have concerns about. Jason, we're going to look at any other examples that you've seen of an institutional type thing?
Well, I think, when we talk institutional, we kind of think about two different types of facilities. There are the skilled nursing facilities where you've got doctors and nurses. Those tend to be more where people have higher needs. I think Chuck really hit on it. When we have a tendency as family members to put our loved ones in those facilities, and you have this level of care that you're not only are you hoping for, you're actually paying for. You have this expectation that's being provided, and I think there's the other types of facilities where folks are maybe more independent, but they need a little assistance. And those are more our personal care homes where you're not there necessarily because a family member is putting you there. You're there because maybe you've chosen to go someplace. In all of these facilities, I really want to encourage folks to know that you're not alone. As much as we are encouraging folks to isolate right now, I just want that, if they're listening, to come away with knowing that we're thinking about you, and if you need our assistance, reach out.
Well, that's great. And again, I think, Chuck, if you want to let our audience know again that, please, if you have a welfare check, no matter where you are in the country, call that place. And police willingly, or sheriffs willingly, will go out and do a welfare check.
Absolutely.
It is important to do that. I'll give you an example from my neighborhood that somebody hadn't seen this woman in her 80s. They called the local law enforcement to do a welfare check, and they just don't knock on the front door and say, well, nobody's home. They'll say, well, somebody's supposed to be in there. In this case, the officer went around back, and it was like a basement, and heard the woman screaming inside through it, and he ended up having to kick in the door, and they saved her. She'd been on the ground sitting there, wasn't near a phone, wasn't near anything for, I think it was over like 12 hours. And so they were able to get he was able to get the fire EMT there and got her to the hospital to help. So those are two great advices that we have. Again, we're about to end this segment. I want to personally thank Jason Marbut from the District Attorney's Office here in Cobb County and Chuck McPhillamy from the Marietta PD. We appreciate what you all do, and you all, everybody, our listeners and all our first responders, healthcare workers, and any and all people, our caregivers, and I can go on and on. Please be safe and healthy, and we'll talk to you next week on Monday at 10 to 11 on the Safe Senior Hour with Joe Gavalis.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning at 8 a.m. and listen to the Doctor's Lounge, where you get a private insight into the conversations that doctors have amongst themselves. Join us Thursday, 8 a.m. every week.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You can keep your doctor, you can keep your plan, and every family will save thousands of dollars a year. I'm Ellen Deal, and if you've been hurt by the Affordable Care Act, you can email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com to see if we can help. Small business owners, individuals, families, and baby boomers, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com for 3 easy questions to determine if you can get away from Obamacare. I'm a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry and here to help you for all your insurance needs.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening. You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Good morning. Welcome to the Surveyor's Hour on America's Web Radio. I'm your host, Jeff Lucas, licensed land surveyor and attorney. Welcome to the show today. We have a guest I'll introduce here in just a minute. But as usual, I encourage the listeners to send in their questions and comments. Email them to jeff@americaswebradio.com. And I'd like to hear from you. I'd like to hear what your comments are about the show, and I'd like to hear any questions you have about surveying. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to talk about surveying, all things surveying, and I have a guest with me today. My guest is Ryan Swingley. Ryan graduated from Vincennes University with an AS in surveying technology in 1999 and gained licensure to practice as a registered land surveyor in the state of Indiana in 2005. He is also licensed as a professional surveyor in Colorado, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky. Ryan is currently the geomatics manager for ESP and Associates in their Indianapolis office, where he primarily focuses on mobile LiDAR acquisition, processing, and mapping. Mr. Swingley is also an adjunct instructor at Vincennes University, where he teaches a laser scanning class every fall semester. Ryan has served the Indiana Society of Professional Land Surveyors in many capacities since entering the profession. Most notably, he served as the president of the society in 2018 and is the current treasurer for the ISPLS Board of Directors. Ryan's passion for the last several years has been workforce development by encouraging youth to pursue a career in land surveying. He has spoken to hundreds of prospective students over the years by teaching the Surveying Merit Badge to the Boy Scouts, attending career fairs, and speaking in classrooms ranging from kindergarten to 12th grade. Ryan is a brand ambassador to the Get Kids Into Surveying program, which uses age-appropriate materials such as posters and comic books to spark interest in this great profession. Ryan, thank you for being on the show today, and welcome.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Tell us, just to get us started, Ryan, just tell us a little bit about your background and what you are doing now professionally, and we'll get into the Get Kids in Surveying program here just in a little bit. But give us a little bit of background on Ryan Swingley.
Okay. So I grew up in a pretty small town called Selma, Indiana, about 1,000 people. I'm going way back, so about 1,000 people. My graduating class was like 69 kids, so I came from a pretty small town. I'd always expressed a lot of interest in drawing and architecture and things like that, and I really got into what really kind of sparked my interest in this profession was I got into drafting classes in high school, and this was board drafting. My senior year of high school, I got to do a little bit of AutoCAD. That was AutoCAD Release 11 with the DOS with the digitizer board. I'm sure you remember those days.
Oh yeah.
And in my junior and senior year in high school, I took a job for a local construction company that did dirt work, curbs and concrete, utility installs, stuff like that. A lot of subdivision type work. So they were a construction company, so I did quantity estimation for them. And through that, I got to see a lot of land surveying plans and engineers' plans. So I decided I wanted to be a civil engineer, started at Vincennes University, and chemistry was not my friend. So quickly switched over. I thought, well,
that's understandable.
So I switched over. Vincennes had a surveying program, luckily, and I can remember those subdivision plans with surveyor stamps, and it seemed similar to me. So I thought, well, I'll give this a shot, and it really was a great fit for me. And I kind of like one of the stories I always tell when I go in to talk to kids is, when I was a kid, we didn't have cell phones. As we were driving down the road, we didn't have any way to entertain ourselves but look out the window. And I was always fascinated, like high tension utility lines that cross the road. I was always fascinated, like at that very moment when you'd cross those lines and you would see them perfectly line up for miles and miles and miles. So I always just, even before I even knew what surveying was, I'd always, anticipate that moment. So, I like to when things line up. My wife always makes fun of me because I'm lining stuff up with my eyes all the time, as most
that's called
do.
That's called the surveyor eyeball. I mean, you can't walk down the sidewalk without glancing over and seeing, if you can figure out where the property line is, right?
Right. So all the time she'll be talking to me and I'm winking at something. She's like, "Are you trying to line things up with your eyes?" I'm like, "Yeah." So I don't know. I guess surveying's, maybe, what I was meant to do. So in '99, I graduated from the Vincennes University program with an associate's degree. Entered the workforce. Did a lot of, while I was in school, I worked for a small surveying company in Vincennes. Did a lot of boundary surveying, typical small town stuff. And then moved to Indianapolis after graduation because I was chasing the money, and ended up doing a lot of route surveying and topographic surveys for, Indiana Department of Transportation. Mm-hmm. Bounced around a few different companies, landed with a company that I really liked. Spent about 8 years there, called USI Consultants, and really that's kind of, I think, where in 2000, when the 2007 crash hit, it really didn't kind of affect us until probably around early 2010, just because the DOT work, the things were still going. Private development all fell off, but DOT stuff was still going. When I started working at USI in 2002, we had 12 survey crews, and when I left there in 2008, we had 2 one-man survey crews. So that's how bad it kind of hit us over that time. But during that time, I started looking at ways to implement technology to overcome some of our manpower issues, and that led me down the path of looking into LiDAR. I certainly was no LiDAR expert at the time, but I was approached by a Trimble dealer in Indianapolis that was going to buy a mobile LiDAR system, and I'd kind of had a knack for figuring things out, and they decided they wanted to take a chance on me, and I wanted to take a chance on them and get my hands on, a $750,000 mobile mapping system. And so I spent a couple of years at Seiler Instrument doing, I guess, what I would call technical support. Or I wasn't quite a salesman. I was more, doing showing off the technical hardware, and really found a love for mobile LiDAR, and that's what I've been doing ever since. Spent a couple of years at Seiler Instrument. Ended up coming to ESP and starting our Indianapolis office here, where we focus primarily on mobile LiDAR for surveying engineering clients. So that, for the last 10 years, is where my primary focus has been. So it's been definitely an interesting run.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. For those who maybe don't understand what LiDAR is, can you give us, kind of the basic understanding of what you mean when you're talking about LiDAR?
Sure. So, the easiest way to tell, like maybe lay people, is if they're familiar with what the Google Street View car is. That's kind of probably similar to what our hardware is like, but LiDAR itself is a pulse of invisible light that goes out, strikes a surface, and a certain percentage of that light comes back to the source, and we can map. So we map the horizontal and vertical angle in which that light was emitted and when it comes back to us. So then and we do that millions of times per second. So what we can do, I always try to explain to kids, maybe if they're in art class, if they're familiar with what stippling is. Stippling is the way to draw a picture by a series of dots instead of lines.
Right,
so just
right.
A bunch of dots, and that's what LiDAR looks like. It looks like a stippling picture. So it's like a three-dimensional picture of anything we can see as we drive the vehicle through a scene. We can see all the way down to branches on trees. So it's a three-dimensional picture of millions and millions and millions of points.
Well, those have to be huge files. I mean, how do you how do you store and manipulate all that data?
Yeah, so we just implemented we have 200 terabytes of storage space on site here at our office, and I have a very, very robust desktop computer. It's what would be considered a gaming computer, so to speak, because we need pretty decked out graphics cards and things like that to handle the data. So, but the software does a really good job of processing things in a timely manner, and so yeah.
Okay, well that's good. Hey, I wanted to back up just a little bit. So you're licensed, and you first got licensed in Indiana. Then you went Colorado, Pennsylvania, Kentucky. What's the process of getting licensed in other states once you've been licensed in one state?
Sure. So, my process in Indiana was, at the time that I got my licensure in Indiana, you didn't have to have an associate's degree, but you had to have certain college education in surveying classes, science classes, and math classes. And then I had to work under the direct supervision of a licensed land surveyor for 7 years. I think since then that process has been, you can have an associate's degree with the same credit hours and do 6 years of direct supervision under a licensed land surveyor. But as far as I can remember, when I took the Indiana exam, they only offered the test twice a year, and you would fill out paper applications, and you'd wait 6 months to find out if you're going to take the test, and then you'd wait another 3 months to find out if you're, to get to take the test, and then you'd wait another 3 months for the results of the test. So it was definitely a long, drawn-out process. And this last year, I decided that I was going to try to expand, my license portfolio into other states. And Colorado was my first one, and it was a stark contrast to what I'd experienced before. In the digital age now, with the NCES, WES record set up, I sent them that record. Like 2 days after I sent my application in, I found out that I was approved to take the test. And they asked me where I wanted to take the test, and there was a testing facility in Indianapolis, and I set it out for a month in advance, studied, and went and took the test, and literally knew that I had passed the moment I walked out of the room. They gave me my test results, and 2 days later I had a stamp and a license number. So substantially different than what Indiana was at the time. Pennsylvania was not quite as streamlined as that. I had to actually go to Pennsylvania to take that test. And then Kentucky just has you, read, verify that you've read their laws, and then they'll issue a license after you pay your fee. So no testing requirements for reciprocity in Kentucky right now. So that was kind of unique.
Jeff, we need to stop there and take our first break. We'll be back with Jeff Lucas and the Land Surveying Hour on America's Web Radio right after this.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
Quick Stakes is your answer to staking. Lightweight, easy to ride on, easy to use, easy to find, and won't break your back carrying them like the old-fashioned wooden stakes. Have you tried a sample? If not, get a pen and paper and write down this number, 800-438-0387, or go to quickstake.com. That's QUIKSTAKE.com and order your samples. Ask your surveying supply dealer for Quick Stakes today.
I want to remind everybody, Quick Stakes, Parker Davis, they are open, and you can get ready for business is coming back. I don't know if Jeff totally agrees with me, but
I know with the problems that we've had in the Southeast, there's going to be a lot of work for surveyors to do. And that's going to be true across the country. It's been backing up and backing up. So be sure that you have a supply of markers and quick stakes. Give Parker Davis a call. They are quick stakes, and it's 800-438-0387, and they'll take care of you, and you'll be glad that you stocked up and you were ready to go. You don't have to wait for a shipment to come in or anything else. You just start working, and the work is there, and it will be coming towards you very shortly.
Quick Stakes. Does your survey supply dealer have Quick Stakes? If not, demand that they start carrying Quick Stakes. Did you know that Quick Stakes are better for your back than your local chiropractor? Lightweight and easier to use than the old heavy wooden stake. Order a sample today and prove it to yourself. Quick Stakes, your back-friendly stake.
Want to remind everybody, too, there are a lot of surveyors that listen to this show that are veterans and are active duty and are military and first responders and so forth, and want to make sure that everybody knows. And if you know a first responder or someone that is reopening a business that had to close because of the virus, you know, it's one of those things, advertise and they will come. But you have to tell folks that you're reopened. So be sure, if you're a small business, a veteran business, or whatever the case might be, we will give you free advertising on America's Web Radio. All you have to do is contact GM at America's Web Radio, no strings attached. We are heard all over the country and internationally as well. But for the businesses that are local to an area, we guarantee that we have listeners there. So we will advertise your reopening for nothing on America's Web Radio. And with that being said, we're going to get back to Jeff and his guest right after this.
America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back, folks. This is the Surveyor's Hour on America's Web Radio, and I'm your host, Jeff Lucas, professional land surveyor and attorney at law. And I have a guest with me here today, Ryan Swingley, Indiana surveyor, also licensed in Colorado, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky. And we had stopped right about there, Ryan, before the break, and I just wanted to get your personal thoughts on a couple of things. Now, you described going in and having to take a test in Colorado and taking a test in Pennsylvania, and then you went to Kentucky, and it was basically an application form. What kind of test did you have to take in Colorado and Pennsylvania?
So it's the state-specific portion. Since obviously I passed the federal exam, when I took my Indiana license, I had to just prove that I meet their educational requirements and then take their state-specific portion. I think it's been a while since I've taken the state test in Indiana, but I think it was like a 6-hour federal test and then a 2-hour state test.
Yeah, so there's like a national, isn't that the NCEES test, or is that the one
that's
that they
correct.
put out? Yeah. So there's like a national test you take once, but then when you go to other states, it's a process of taking a state-specific test, except for Kentucky, which is unusual because I remember when that came out, that the governor had decided that he was going to loosen regulation on certain specific professions, like surveying and possibly engineering, and it would just become an application process. Which I don't know if you know this or not. That's all that it is, generally speaking, for civil engineers. Just you pass the civil engineer exam in one state, and it's just an application process to get licensed in other states. I worked for a guy who had 35 engineering licenses, and I asked him, "Hey, David, you know how you've sat for 35 exams?" He said, "No, it's just an application." So, what do you think? What do you think about this idea that surveyors It's sort of a well, it is a monopoly. I mean, why isn't it set up where if you're passing an examination, that 2-day examination, the national exam, the state specific in Indiana, I mean, is practicing in Illinois or Missouri or Michigan much different, or let's just say Colorado, Pennsylvania, Kentucky? How much difference is there in their practice versus practicing in Indiana?
Well, so I mean, 2 of the states, Pennsylvania and Kentucky, are meets and bounds states. Colorado and Indiana are public land survey system states. So there'd be, substantial difference in practicing boundary surveying in either of those states. For me, my only real motivation to get licensed in those other states is to perform mobile LiDAR topographic surveys. So, to me, topographic surveying, it really doesn't change as you change, cross borders, right? Topographic surveying from state to state is obviously Colorado is a little bit more mountainous, but we're really just mapping where the water flows to. So that doesn't really, that transcends state boundaries in my opinion. So, but as far as the boundary surveying aspect goes, I think it's certainly challenging. There's always local laws. I mean, Colorado has very substantial laws on how you record and report monumentations boundary set. This is so much different than the state of Indiana. So, if you're going to have those local differences, then you're going to have localized licenses, in my opinion. But I think there's arguments that could be made for national licensure where maybe you're not performing boundary type surveying, but you're doing topographic construction staking, maybe machine control stuff, things like that I think would make some sense to have a national-based license. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, my thoughts are you could certainly break licensure up, even boundary surveying. You could break up licensure into regions. I mean, I'm licensed here in the Southeast. I've got Alabama, Florida, and Mississippi, and there's hardly any difference in the practice of land. So we're all 3 of those are public land survey states. They're eastern states that were surveyed early during the public land survey program. And there's not there's hardly any difference. Maybe a few localized laws, but one license for those 3 states, or just easing the entry requirement. I passed the first surveyor exam in Florida, okay, and it could have easily just been a pay the fee to the Alabama board, make an application, pay the fee. That's what it's all about. And final analysis is about the money, and issue me a license for Alabama. And the same thing in Mississippi. And I'm also licensed in Tennessee and Georgia. You could just about do the same thing there too. And I'm pretty familiar. I've been to Indiana a lot, and I've been to Illinois a lot, talking to surveyors, going to conferences. But I imagine you could lump Indiana, Illinois, Missouri. Missouri and Illinois were surveyed under the same surveyor general. The public land surveys were done under the same surveyor general. They had the same manual of instructions, the 1856 instructions. And you could probably lump a couple of more states in there too and have a regional Midwest license. I mean, do you see that, or do you think that that's not feasible?
I think it's certainly possible. I mean, in Indiana, we're required to do a surveyor's report to explain how we resolved our boundaries. Illinois, I don't believe, has to do that. I don't even think Illinois, they have to do a plat or a drawing and provide to the client necessarily. I'm not an expert in Illinois law for sure, but I do have some colleagues over in that area. I mean, I think there could probably be an ethical clause in any licensure that say you have to familiarize yourself with local ordinances and laws if you're going to practice in that area, right? I mean, that's we're professionals.
I mean, you've got to follow what the law says, the statutes say.
That's what I'm saying is like that. That's what I'm saying is like an ethical clause could make up for some of those localized issues. You know, that you have to familiarize if you're gonna have a regional license, there may not be. You know, Illinois may not concede and say no, we don't want to write surveyor's reports, or Indiana is not going to concede and say you have to do that. So you would have to it'd be your responsibility to familiarize yourself with that localized law to make sure you're compliant.
Yeah. So like here, and you're familiar with corner record reports, right? Y'all do something similar to that in Indiana, right?
No, not really. I mean, so corners are all maintained by county surveyors in Indiana. Mm-hmm. Of course, we have to address on our surveyor's report what corners we found, what we held. I always try to put in a little bit of information about the history of that corner, what I know. But we don't have it's like corner record reports would be something similar to what Colorado has, where you have to, every monument you find, you got to do an individual report on it and submit it. Is that what you guys have to do?
No, not in Alabama and Mississippi. You do in Florida. But I know out west there's a lot of corner record reports, and there's filing of surveys. But, I mean, these are just little technical issues that shouldn't, if you're a civil engineer and you get licensed in Indiana and then you go pay the application in other states and become a civil engineer, I mean, you're going to face a lot more local, and you go practice in these other states, you're going to face a lot more local municipal codes, design codes than the surveyor would face relative to the filing of corner record reports, whether they're filed or not, or the filing of surveys, whether they get filed or not, and a surveyor's report. I mean, I know y'all have a specific requirement for a surveyor's report, but you know, everywhere I practice, and when I talk to surveyors about doing surveying, you know, the more information you put on your map, whether it's a formal separate report or not, I mean, you know, I encourage surveyors to put basically a report on every drawing, because when somebody gets your survey, gets a copy of your survey somehow, however they might do that, whether it gets recorded down at the recording office or they just get a copy of it, you need an explanation on there as, you know, why you're holding this corner or not why you're holding this particular monument or why you're not holding that particular monument, and maybe even the theory you're working on relative to, you know, boundary location. Original the doctrine of monuments. These were original monuments set by the original subdividing surveyor, and even though the geometry on the plat doesn't match it, I'm holding the monuments because they're the, you know, original monuments. You know, that kind of thing.
How would you foresee policing, I guess for lack of better terms, infractions or
policing?
Maybe that's a bad term, but
no, that's a good term. No, I just wanted to make sure I heard what you said.
Yeah. I mean, how would you foresee if there was a regional style license? How would you foresee the board of registration operating? Would there still be a board of registration in every individual state that takes complaints?
Yeah,
okay.
They would take complaints, and you would be under their jurisdiction, and they would have subpoena power. They all basically now have subpoena power. You know, there was a time in the profession that I can remember when I first got licensed back in the 80s, where there was some of the boards around the country, and I think Florida in particular, they didn't have subpoena power. So the only people they had power over were the licensees. So somebody could go out there and from another state come in and survey, and they couldn't get jurisdiction over that person to, you know, prosecute them. But I think that's pretty much been. There was a time when that was the case in some states, but I think pretty much now every state board has subpoena power, and because so they can, if you're unlicensed and you go in there. If I'm unlicensed in Indiana and I go up and survey in Indiana, they can grab me down here in Alabama, and with a subpoena, and I'll have to come to Indiana and face the music, or else get a judgment against me. Which one day I guess they'd find me, and or the Alabama board would find me probably at that point in time, and discipline me for not listening to not responding to the Indiana subpoena. So that's how they would do it.
Sure.
It's just a money issue. I mean, it really, when in the final analysis, it's really a money issue. And all these different boards, I guess we've gotten on a little pet peeve of mine. All these different boards have these little monopolies, okay, all across the country. Why can't it be almost, not maybe exactly the same process as the civil engineers where it's just an application, or with Kentucky where it's just an application, but maybe make it streamlining the process a little bit, or regional licenses. My license in Alabama is good in Mississippi. It's good in Florida. My license in Georgia is good on the East Coast of the United States, or maybe not all the way up the East Coast, but because that's one of the issues we have is, as you know, we're going to talk about here in a little bit, is the future of surveying. I mean, our numbers are dwindling, and instead of promoting free trade, all of these little kingdoms in Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, Indiana, Illinois, called boards of licensure, boards of registration. All these little kingdoms have their little monopolies, and they're actually restraining trade.
Right. Well, how do you, just for point of discussion, how do you, I mean, every state has their own educational requirements to get the licensure. I mean, what do you see happening there? I mean, like, for example, I have an associate's degree, and Indiana says that that's acceptable. Obviously, the other states I'm licensed in say that's acceptable. But I can't get licensed in Ohio, Michigan, or Illinois, all the surrounding states, because I don't have a bachelor's degree. But yet I've been doing this for, 22 years, 23 years. I've consulted on million-dollar projects literally all over the world. I mean, I've consulted on projects in England and Australia, but yet I can't work in Illinois, Ohio, and Michigan without being a sub-consultant or something along those lines.
There just has to be a fix for that, and it could be as easy as grandfathering.
Jeff, we need to take a break here.
Right.
Okay, we'll be back with Jeff and his guest right after this.
Quick Stakes. Does your survey supply dealer have Quick Stakes? If not, demand that they start carrying Quick Stakes. Did you know that Quick Stakes are better for your back than your local chiropractor? Lightweight and easier to use than the old heavy wooden stake. Order a sample today and prove it to yourself. Quick Stakes, your back-friendly stake.
And we want to remind everybody, if you've heard the name Nicole Saphier, Dr. Nicole Saphier, you're a Fox and Friends watcher, and Dr. Nicole Saphier is going to be on America's Web Radio in the very near future. So listen up and look at our Facebook and Twitter accounts, and you'll find out exactly when Dr. Nicole Saphier will be on. And we're going to be reviewing her new book called Make America Healthy Again. And it should be very interesting, as are our other programs on America's Web Radio. We've got the our Kung Fu Master that does a show every Friday that is going over fantastic, and we even do meditation on America's Web Radio for his show. So stay tuned for more on America's Web Radio. Thanks for listening.
Quick Stakes. Does your survey supply dealer have Quick Stakes? If not, demand that they start carrying Quick Stakes. Did you know that Quick Stakes are better for your back than your local chiropractor? Lightweight and easier to use than the old heavy wooden stake. Order a sample today and prove it to yourself. Quick Stakes, your back-friendly stake.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back, folks. This is
What am I saying, Kurt?
America's Web Radio, and you are listening to the Surveyor's Hour. I'm your host, Jeff Lucas, a professional land surveyor and an attorney at law, and my guest with me here today is friend and colleague Ryan Swingley, Indiana land surveyor, also licensed in Colorado, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky. And we were getting into, before the break, Ryan, we were kind of getting into the discussion about sort of the future of surveying, our numbers, and where new surveyors are coming from. And that was actually the topic today, and one of the things I was interested in getting you to come on and talk about is I'd like you to talk a little bit about your work with the Indiana Society of Professional Surveyors, and it seems like that's linked into this Get Kids Into Surveying program that you're also working with. Can you discuss those issues a little bit for us?
Sure. So I've been involved with the Indiana Society of Professional Land Surveyors, or ISPLS, probably since I moved to Indianapolis. Just even when I was just a party chief, I was starting to attend meetings and things like that. So I knew it was important for me to give back. Like I said, I love this profession, and I want to give back to it in any way I possibly can. So through my involvement with ISPLS, I served on many committees, became the chair of our Height Modernization Committee for several years, was a chapter president, and after I got my, I think it was, I'm trying to think of when it was, 2006, maybe about a year after I got licensure, I decided to run for the board of directors at the state level. And that really got me involved in, bigger issues in surveying, and we started talking about, date-wise, I'm trying to think about, when we started getting involved with Boy Scouts, but that was probably my first directive to get involved with Boy Scouts. A colleague of mine, Mark Shepers, and I had decided it was important, and we kind of asked around, and everyone's like, "Oh, you'll never get the Boy Scouts interested." We've offered to give it to this troop, and they've never taken us up on it. Well, it's like, there's got to be a different approach there. So we're fortunate enough, where I was working at the time, to have a Boy Scout camp literally a mile away from our office, and we decided that we were going to install a permanent course on the Boy Scouts camp, and then we're just going to offer the class, the Surveying Merit Badge class, twice a year. We never quite got to twice a year. We only did it once a year typically, but that was our goal. So what we ended up doing is we ended up digging and setting in place, I think it was 5 concrete monuments. We got Burnson to donate the brass caps that had the Boy Scout Surveying Merit Badge insignia on it. And our goal there was that these monuments would be in high traffic areas, so kids would, maybe stumble upon them and discover them and maybe think to inquire about what that was, to spark a little bit of interest. And so we started offering it once a year, limited to 10 scouts, and kind of with the mentality that if you build it, they will come, and they came. We had, every time we offered it, we had a full class. I taught it, I'm trying to think if I taught it for about 4 years before I just got so busy with what I was doing with the LIDAR stuff. I was traveling all over the country, and so I had to kind of step away from it for a little bit of time. But I probably given it at least 4 or 5 times, so that's like 40 or 50 students. But the cool thing about that was, because of our involvement with the Boy Scouts, we got asked to participate in the Webelos engineering. They use belt loops, I think, or something like that, but an engineering belt loop day. And so we would come out there with equipment, and usually we'd have sometimes up to upwards of 100 kids in a given day that we'd get to speak to about surveying. So that really kind of sparked my interest about getting kids involved, and so fast forward to today, there was a time I had to step away. Like I said, when I was traveling for LIDAR, I had to step away from the board. I stepped down. And then in 2018, I decided to run for president of the society, and that kind of got me back involved again. And right around that same time, I became really out of sheer luck, I guess. A friend of mine just made me this brand ambassador to get kids in the survey. One day I opened up my Facebook, and I've been added to some group and didn't really know what it was, and started looking into it and really liked what their message was and what they were doing. And so we kind of jumped in full force on, there's obviously some issues with, you look at the licensed surveyors right now, and I think the average age in Indiana is like somewhere around 57 years old. And we're retiring more surveyors on a yearly basis than we're graduating out of our surveying programs. So there's definitely, we've got to, I look back, and when I graduated from Vincennes, I think there were 12 students that graduated in my class, which was not a lot, but, enough to kind of help meet the demand. I think since I've gotten involved in teaching down there, in any given year, there may be 5 or 6 kids. A lot of the kids are going on now for their 4-year degree, which is good. So there's not as many kids available after a 2-year degree, because a good bit of them are going on. But it's there's definitely some demand that needs to be met. So I got involved with this program, and then a colleague of mine, Ed Sweetland, and I just jumped in full force and going into trying to get into career fairs and speaking to kids. And so that's what we've been doing the last couple of years. And we've been busy up to the COVID-19 thing kind of slowed us down quite a bit. But
right, yeah. So y'all basically go in and you have a little present when you go into a school, and you talked about age-appropriate materials, everything from kindergarten up to 12th grade. Is that what you said here?
Yeah.
I can't find my notes. Yeah, from kindergarten to 12th grade. I mean, so obviously the message is going to be different when you're talking to kindergartners or first grade, second grade, third grade. Then you're talking to the older kids. So do the program people, they get kids in surveying people, do they have material that you use to make these presentations?
So there's a series of they're kind of like, are you familiar with Where's Waldo? It's kind of like a Where's Waldo style poster where there's a lot of kids, a lot of surveyors and cartoon style surveyors in a map scene doing different tasks, and there's the posters are really designed for a teacher to take and implement that into her classroom with no outside input from the surveyor. So there's a certain teacher material that will help the teacher go through that poster and what the content is. So we'll take those posters in, and they're a nice icebreaker to get kids kind of interested. And then there's also like some coloring book stuff that's obviously geared towards younger kids that you can take into classrooms. But kids are always fascinated by the gear. And I think that's one of the ways that I really got involved was because I've been involved with LiDAR for the last 10 years, and I've always had cool toys that I can take in to kind of intrigue kids into getting interested. But there's usually when we go into a school, there's 2 different styles of presenting. You'll have a career fair where you're kind of set up in a booth. There's hundreds of kids walking around, and you just got to try to attract kids to come talk to you. One of the things we've done to help attract kids into our booth is through a partnership with Cincinnati State University. We built a 3D sandbox. Are you familiar? You ever seen the 3D sandbox?
I've seen those. I don't know if Cincinnati is the only school that has it, but I have seen them at the conferences and the exhibit halls.
Yeah. So what they are,
that's a pretty cool little tool. Yeah, explain it to the audience.
Yeah, so what it is it's a box of sand, obviously a sandbox, and then there's a projector above, and then there's a sensor device that's from an Xbox Connect, I think, And so what that sensor does is it senses the shape of that sand, and then it reprojects onto the sand what a contour map would look like.
Contour intervals,
Yeah, and so obviously all of our surveyor listeners understand what a contour map is, but for those that aren't surveyors, a contour map is a way to visualize three-dimensional data on a 2D piece of paper. So it's a series of lines that show shapes and hills and valleys. So it's a cool tool to explain to kids what contours are, and for them to visually see, how they work. And what I've done, and some of my colleagues have done when we do this, usually that sandbox attracts kids over because we got a tent set up to kind of limit how much light's there, so we can really get good projection on the sand. So that's one thing that, what the heck, those guys got a tent set up over there. What's that all about? So they come over, check out the sandbox, and it's usually a way for us to explain the life cycle of a land surveying project.
Jeff, it's about that time.
We need to take another break.
Yes, sir. And
okay.
By the way, those
we can
contours.
Come back to this point when we get back.
Our famous Army has a lot of those contour maps, as a matter of fact. We'll be back right after this.
Quick Stakes is your answer to staking. Lightweight, easy to ride on, easy to use, easy to find, and won't break your back carrying them like the old-fashioned wooden stakes. Have you tried a sample? If not, get a pen and paper and write down this number, 800-438-0387, or go to quickstake.com, that's QUIKSTAKE.com, and order your samples. Ask your surveying supply dealer for Quick Stakes today. Quick Stakes. Does your survey supply dealer have Quick Stakes? If not, demand that they start carrying Quick Stakes. Did you know that Quick Stakes are better for your back than your local chiropractor? Lightweight and easier to use than the old heavy wooden stake. Order a sample today and prove it to yourself. Quick Stakes, your back-friendly stake.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Welcome back, folks. This is the Surveyor's Hour on America's Web Radio. I'm your host, Jeff Lucas. I can be reached at Jeff at AmericasWebRadio.com. I invite your questions. I invite your comments, questions about surveying, comments about the program, or anything that we've had on the program, or any questions that you may have that I can answer. I will do my best to get to you on our next program. But this program, again, I have my colleague and friend as my guest today, Ryan Swingley, Indiana surveyor, licensed in Colorado, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky as well. Ryan, right before the break, you were explaining the what do you call it? A contour box or topo box? What do you call it?
3D sandbox.
3D sandbox. I was close.
Yeah.
So anyway, the kids can visualize the surveying process from raw ground to development. Then, right?
Yeah. So what we have inside of the box, we got toy dozers and things like that. So you can kind of move the dirt around. And so I think what's unique about surveying is that really any physical object, physical building can somehow be tied to land surveying. So what I always go through and I ask them if surveying has anything to do with a toothbrush. And, they're like, no, of course not, blah, blah, blah. And then I talk to them about, well, what if a toothbrush factory wanted to come build a site right here on the inside of this 3D sandbox? So I take them through, surveyors going to have to go through and mark the property lines where they're able to develop, and then I talk them through how the surveyor comes out and does a topographic survey to give that to an engineer, and talk about how the surveyor does construction stakeout to make sure that everything's built the way it's supposed to be, and then all the way through as-built surveying. And then I always trick them into saying, hey, are we done there? they're like, oh, yeah, you're totally done. I was like, well, do you go buy your toothbrush at the toothbrush factory, or do you buy it at Walmart? And then the same process happens at Walmart, and then the same process happens for the road that connects the toothbrush factory to Walmart. So it's a very cool teaching tool that I'm really glad that our society, stepped up and helped us pay for, and I really want to thank Cincinnati State for helping us build it. So it's really, really pretty cool. So that takes us in. So the two different styles of teaching or presenting to students. One is obviously the career fair where we talk about the 3D sandbox. The other is where you're just asked to come in as somewhat of a guest lecturer, or maybe there's a career fair round robin where you're sitting in one classroom and kids just come around to you.
Right.
I like that style because I have a little bit more of a captive audience. In the career fair, there's so much going on. You got like 5 minutes with the kid, and if you don't wow them on what surveying is in that 5 minutes, they're gone. But the classroom style, I usually have kids for 50 minutes, so I can really, deep dive into what surveying is, what it's about. I've not taken the 3D sandbox in those classroom functions. I usually take in a robot or a laser scanner, or and I have a PowerPoint presentation, and we'll take in some of the materials from Get Kids into Surveying, depending on what age group we're talking about. And that's a real good opportunity to have real interaction with kids and spark their interest. I think this is a marathon and not a sprint. It may be 10 years before we see the fruits of our labor in Indiana from these efforts. Because you'll go and you may talk to, let's say if I'm in a career fair style in a gym, I may talk to 75 kids, and I may have one that really expressed any kind of interest. And the same thing if I'm talking to a classroom, depending on the age level. I went and spoke to some middle school kids a few weeks ago, and I had like 4 or 5 kids that they're interested in a career in land surveying. The one thing I know for sure is if we don't get in front of those kids and we don't speak to those kids about what surveying is, we're going to have 0 kids interested in land surveying.
Right. Let me ask you about the scanners that you bring in. Do you do actual scanning right there in the room?
Yeah, typically we do. This last one, I scanned. I set the kids up like it was like I was taking their picture, and we scanned them, and I sent it back to the teacher, and they got a kick out of that. So typically, yeah, if we can show it, there's always some limitations on software and projectors and things like that. So what we do is, like, I have another scanner here that's not as easily viewable in the field, but my old employer, Seiler Instrument, has been great about loaning us any piece of gear that we want to take. So we go grab a Trimble SX10 quite a bit, because the data collector's got a huge screen and they can see the data right there virtually the second you're done. So I take that in a lot. But I've taken our mobile LiDAR system in. We did a presentation to 4-H students. I guess it was last year. And so I took our mobile scanning system in there and let them do a walk around. They all think it's Google Street View car, of course, but it's cool to let them see the hardware up close and personal.
Right. So the Get Survey, so that's tangentially associated with Get Kids and surveying. You've got these other tools, other stuff that you're using to incorporate into that program. But you mentioned early on about Get Kids and surveying, which I was I've known about it a little bit, and I've kind of intrigued with it because I just imagine there's a big difference between this program and this traditional TrigStar, which you're familiar to a certain extent with TrigStar, right?
Yeah, a little bit. So our society does TrigStar. Obviously, TrigStar is geared more towards high school kids. There's a testing component to it. So I think what's tricky about getting kids involved is where do you get involved with them, right? I mean, by the time a kid's in high school, their career path may already be determined. So that's why I've spoke all the way down to kindergarten and kindergartens, it's definitely a trip to speak to kindergartners. But it's amazing. It's amazing how in tune they really are to their world. That's what always amazes me. I hold up, what I did the last time I did kindergartners, I just kind of took I didn't want to PowerPoint them to death, so I just took in like pictures that were laminated that I could pass around the classroom. And I had guys in safety vests and stuff like that, and automatically they're like, oh, construction workers, so they kind of knew what was going on, and it's definitely fun.
You ever hear of a guy named Art Linkletter? This is before your time.
I've heard that name before.
Yeah. Well, he had his entire show was interviewing little kids. he made a career out of interviewing little kids because they would say the craziest things, and answer questions. Yeah. They'd do a little interview thing there, and they would answer questions. That was his entire show.
Yeah.
So Kids in Surveying started out with the posters, right?
Yeah. So it started in 2017. A gal named Elaine Ball kind of got the ball rolling. Her and her sister Elaine, or Elaine and Ellie Ball, they're kind of, marketing masterminds, I guess, if you will. But they have some ties to surveying. Their dad was a surveyor, and he started, I don't know if you're familiar with MDL, but they were a kind of a hardware and software solution for mining industry. And they actually created the MDL Dynascan system, which is basically the Trimble MX2 mobile LiDAR system, kind of rebranded. Trimble bought that company out, I believe. I don't know all the particular details, but so they've had a background in surveying, and so they found this as a passion and have really made a go of it. And basically, companies and societies sponsor a character, and that character gets put on the poster, and then you get so many posters to distribute, to your members. So we were in ISPLS was the first society to sponsor a character at the state level. I think NSPS has sponsored a character. ISPLS decided to sponsor a character. We had a long-time board member, Don Bingle, had passed away, and I got to spend some time on the board with Don and really respected him, but I always called him Bingle Cat because of his last name. And so when he passed away, I was trying to think of ways to honor him. And we have an organization that manages this. We don't really have physical space that's ours anymore, so plaques don't really work like they used to. So I decided, we're going to create a character called Bingle Cat, and he's a Bengal tiger, and he's going to do some surveying tasks like Don used to. So it's been kind of fun. And
okay, about
and I think
30 seconds.
Kind of jump on.
About 30 seconds, Jeff.
How much longer?
We got about 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, let's wrap things up here, Ryan. We got about 30 seconds. Anything else you'd like to tell us about surveying and the future of surveying? You can wrap it up here in about 15 seconds.
I mean, obviously, I think you love surveying. I love surveying. Most surveyors you meet are really passionate about what they do. So I know for me, when I go to work every day, it's an adventure. It's exciting, and I don't feel like it's a job. I feel like it's a way of life. And I just, kids out there, if they get involved and find something they love, they'll never work a day in their lives. So
that's right. All right, Ryan. Thank you so much for being on the program today, Ryan. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Take care. All right.
All right, bye.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Quick Stakes is your answer to staking. Lightweight, easy to ride on, easy to use, easy to find, and won't break your back carrying them like the old-fashioned wooden stakes. Have you tried a sample? If not, get a pen and paper and write down this number, 800-438-0387, or go to quickstake.com, that's QUIKSTAKE.com, and order your samples. Ask your surveying supply dealer for Quick Stakes today.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And go into our homepage, look under the flag at the banner, and click on idioms and send us your idiom today. Thanks.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we do thank you for listening to America's Web Radio. And we've got our very special guest, he's part of the family, Shi Daru, and he is our master Kung Fu teacher. And we love every time he comes in, and we're going to start the show again today, just like we did last week. And I guess we'll start it every week like this because of the times that we're in right now. We need to all stop and take a slight break. We did have a couple of people that said, we need to hear something going on. We thought you were off the air. Well, we don't want anybody thinking we're off the air. But we are going to just meditate for a few minutes, and I'm going to turn that over to the master.
Okay, and actually I'm not really a master. I'm just an ordinary person like everybody else. Been doing this for 60 years, that's all. And however, I want to see everybody meditate with me, and then I'm going to talk through with everybody. And in the process, what I see, I don't want to see, how I'm going to lead you into such a deep meditation. However, each person probably go with their own pace. What I want to do is give you a general idea how I feel, and to a certain degree, so that you can feel some relaxation, some meditative energy, and some recharge of your battery. And what I see over here is how we may recharge each cell. We have 50 trillion to 100 trillion cells. According to science, we have at least 10% of that 100 trillion cells are bodily cells. If that are bodily cells and we charge most of it, and then that will help you to reorganize the immune system, to reorganize the body, reorganize the energy, and then any disease, any virus become history. And that's what I see. That's what exactly I have been doing for the last 60 years. It doesn't matter it's meningitis or SARS or any other influenza, any disease. And it doesn't come to me because it doesn't come to me. It comes to me eliminated because and what I did to improve, to increase, to elevate, to harness, to balance that energy that is so vital for everybody, because I see everybody can do it. Because as I said, I'm just an ordinary person like everybody else, but we can all do extraordinary great things to get our body, get our mind in process. Thank you. Let's start and put your hands right at your lap and learn over here. Learn about yourself. At first, learn about your breath through your nose, to your throat, to your lungs, to your diaphragm, and then let the energy. Your energy is ATP and become ADP, become energy, and it permeate into your organs, into your lungs, especially lungs right now. You need so much the capacity in your lungs to get your lungs so strong, and then you can really do a lot of things. And then your body begin to, when you get everybody coordinated, harnessed, everybody so harmonized together, and then you will see what happens. The production of chemicals, those are not only just biological chemicals, it's natural chemicals from your own body. It's not outside chemicals. It doesn't have side effect because you produce itself. I call quantum conscious communication, quantum conscious production by your brain, by your cells, and your neuron transmission, your neuron connection, your neuron, and interaction will be more efficient. Let's start. Take a deeper breath. Listen to your breath come in through your nose, of your tips, into the nostrils and all the way to your lungs, penetrate and permeate into the diaphragm below the lungs. Your breath be natural but slightly longer. We may pay a complete attention to our breath. Listen and feel the breath slowly come in through the nostrils all the way to the lung. As you breathe deeply and calmly, you will see with your third eye, not your sensories alone, but your third eye, besides your naked eye. Internally, see the energy penetration into the areas that is tense, that is stressed, that produce the anxiety, that is produce the tension, but without force. Please, just naturally breathe and listen and observe without any control, without any strife. Just let it go. Let your breath be natural. Let your breath be calm. Let your mind be serene. Let your body be listening with a complete attention. You see your brain, your cortex relaxed. You see the channels of your body, of your spinal cord, begin to relax. You see your shoulders, your hips, your neck relaxed. Just observe. Just a watch. Without a control, without force, without any endeavor. Be natural. Slowly you can get deeper and deeper into that conscious empty space. Okay, good. Thank you. And I hope everybody gets something and from the process. It's enjoy every minute of it. Enjoy every second of it. Enjoy every fraction of a second of it. That is the key. Sort of like you play a piano, you play a violin, you play any music. You listen to the tone, you play the tempo, and you get all these C's or A's, or, all these different tones, and just together. I'm not really familiar with music, but I enjoy and every bit of music, like Mozart, like any music, and I enjoy the classics, even the modern music. Listen to it, and with the calmness, with the peace. All this is about music. It's a meditative music. That's what it is. Do you enjoy it, Dave?
Absolutely. No question. And since you started the show here, I've gotten into it and find myself meditating many times during the day and just relaxing. Beautiful. and
Beautiful.
Taking the day for what it is instead of trying to force my way through it, just relaxing my way through it. And
anything, your life, your business, your financial business, your health, your relationship, and anything you do, interact with people, it's with the flow. What I say with the flow is natural. Just like we say, as Christians, we all trust God. But a lot of people don't trust God. They say they trust God, but they don't, because they force everything into it. They put a control onto themselves without trusting the universe, without trusting God. They push everything. When they push everything, and there's a conflict. Because there's a conflict. When there's a conflict, there's a division, and there's a war. Either internal division or outside division. That's not naturally flow. So when you naturally flow, you flow with the water, flow with the nature, and everything, it is beautiful. And financially, emotionally, relationship, anything. When you flow, and you find the beauty. When you flow, you find everything is so easy. When you flow, you feel, wow, that openness, the energy, the openness of the happiness, your openness of that joy, and you enjoy every bit of it. But a lot of us so bombarded by signals, disastrous signals, panic signals, divisional signals, and conflict signals, chaotic signals. We're bombarded by those, and then we forgot about the inner peace, about our inner selves, about the inner energy, about the inner intelligence. That inner intelligence is provided by the universe, is provided by God, is provided by the supreme intelligence. But sometimes we say we do, we trust, but we don't. Our action speaks, over here about the inner moment. Being in a moment in meditation is about that communication. It's about the reorganization. It's about that with the flow. It's about a reconnection to the supreme universe.
That's beautiful. We're gonna on that. We're gonna let people think about it for a minute and take a break, and we'll be back with Shidaru right after this.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay, good. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. You know, it's about everything's about enjoy yourself, to look into yourself and to see that inner being. That is what I'm here for. And I hope I'm not going to force any words or any opinions, any judgments, or anything what I see unto you. However, and I want to share what I have discovered, what I have experienced, and what I have seen for the last 60 years, research, 60 years, personal experience, and from China as an orphan, and become the coach, and became the head coach of the United States and the martial arts team, and become the Pan-American chairman, and share with other people, and become a speaker for Harvard, become a speaker for UC Berkeley, and become a speaker for Beijing University, become the speaker for hundreds of universities. And I think I may have something and we have in common as a human being, and I can share with everybody, and to see if we all can come from inner being instead of looking outside. Doesn't matter happiness, doesn't matter health, doesn't matter consciousness, doesn't matter immune system, doesn't matter energy, doesn't matter anything. That regard to our health, regard to our life, regard to the relationship between people, regard to our relationship with the universe, regard to the relationship with nature. And then we can do a lot of things for ourselves. Each of us is that a society, each of us is that a humanity. If we do well, if each of us does well, and the universe will be changing with dramatic ways. That's what I see, and I am glad. And Dave, brought me here, and then we can share together and live together, and then discuss together, have dialogue together. And I would love to listen to everybody else. And what do you see? What do you feel? And then we interact with each other, and that'll be great.
We always welcome comments, and you can send your questions to me or to she, SHI@americaswebradio.com, or to me, David at americaswebradio.com. Either way, she will get them and address them in a coming show. And,
yeah, absolutely. And of course, you can see me also on Shideru. The name SHIDERU is everywhere around the world, and probably at least from 20 to 50 million people have heard such name or have seen such name, and it's just like everybody else. And everybody has a name. It's just a label. However, I believe I'm connected with everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. And a lot of people say, and when I give a speech, they say, well, you're too high. No, I'm not high. I'm very short. I'm like 5'6", and not even 5'6". I'm begin to shrink. So, and then is in terms of level of consciousness, and I don't think so. You know, we all have that level, high level of consciousness. Just how we use our light to unveil that consciousness, to unveil that intelligence, and to see our own potential. Sometimes we have such a beautiful potential, we just covered by all kinds of smog, all kinds of spams, all kinds of virus, and get us. But how can we improve our immune system? How can we provide some clarity? How can we, internally and inwardly, and observe ourselves and give ourselves some credits, give ourselves some shining point, so we can shine out from within, and not just looking outside, because outside full of all kinds of signals, all kinds of crazy things, all kinds of bombasted information, and especially in this age, and people are so infected with media, the media, especially social media, what kind of media, and people got into it, just never get out. Some people even got themselves killed because of those social media. And then they watch this cell phone, and everywhere they go. And sometimes we have to really stop. I think this is a beautiful time for us. Why is this a beautiful time? Because you can see each side of the story. Yeah, it is a pandemic. It is a crisis of COVID-19, but in the meantime, it's to stop us to do anything that is really, really, and hinder us, and stop us to look inwardly, and give us a chance to look into ourselves, give us a chance to look ourselves, how we treat nature, how we treat ourselves, how we treat each other, how we treat the God, how we treat the consciousness, how we treat that very basic being, that being as a human. So we need to see that. And so when we come down see that, and we see a lot of different ourselves, different in each other, different in that self, sometimes we probably have to let that self go, because we focus so much on the physical being, on the appearance, and we forgot about the internal being. We forgot about the potentiality of ourselves. We forgot about the connection, that connection with the universe, the connection that God projects of us all, and that supreme intelligence, that original point, that original intelligence, that original fountain of intelligence. So we need to re-see that, reconnect ourselves, and I think it's a beautiful time for that. What do you see, Dave?
I think it's like anything that we come up against. There's always a good side, there's always a reason, and we should come out of it, like you said, better and on the other side of it.
Yeah, that's precise. Yes, that's precise. Every time I have challenges, and then I see it's an opportunity. Why? Because within the challenge, if you don't see these opportunities, and you're going down. But when you, within that challenges, within those crises, and if you see the opportunity, and you go above it, and you go beyond, and you become stronger, and you see, and you become, you fly up above. Give yourself another wing, another a rise above, and become more capable, more enabled, and it can be a beautiful thing, and you think about it, and people say, "Oh, you don't understand my problem." Yes, you're right. I do not understand your problem, But everybody has problems. Everybody has crisis. Everybody has sufferings. Everybody has pains. And when I was a kid, you think about it, you never had a parents who can raise you. You're by yourself. 3 years old on the street, 4 years old on the street, 5 years on the street, and like a 5 years old, I got my first job when I was 5 years old. It is an easy job. I had to stay for 12 hours a day on the mountain, live with different animals, and had 9 goats to put over there, and 12 hours a day. What I eat grass, I eat mud, I eat clay, anything I get into my hand, I eat. Those things you probably never experienced. But when I experienced that, I see nothing is difficult. If I can live through that, nothing is difficult. When I eat snake, when I eat, roaches, when I eat, monkeys, I think nothing it is that tough anymore. Because if you can go through those things, and people say, oh, I don't even have food to eat. No, you don't. You never experience what is down as somebody else. But you only see from your point of view. But I see from my point of view. So forget about that point of view. We all have some sufferings. How can we all, everybody, rise above that problem? And you see the solutions. You see the flow. You see each block. There's an outlet. And just like a modern quantum physics said clearly, the possibilities, the probabilities, because you are into that cage, you're into that cube, you don't see any outlet. But if you see above that cave, if you see above that cubes, if you see above that the blocks, you will see clearly. There's no blocks. There's so many entrances, so many outlets, so many solutions. Behind each problem, there is a solution. Absolutely. So it is your eye, your inner eye. How can you rise above that three-dimensional world to see? Not only with your naked eye, but your mind. That mind is with clarity. That mind rise above. That mind with high transmission. The mind with a little bit higher consciousness. The mind is connected with the universe, with God, so to speak. That's what I see. And if you see that, and you treat the life will be different. You treat the relationship different. Instead of blame on everybody else, instead of blame on society, instead of blame to other side of the aisle, and you see from internal being, if each of us rise above, and each of us rise above, the society is going to rise above. The humanity is going to be totally different. Change is going to be from within, not without. That's what I see.
With that, Shi, we'll take a break and let everybody think about what you just said. And as always, it's a beautiful statement that you make, and we're very fortunate that she's here, and you can go back and listen to these programs, because I did that because I miss some of the things that you say, or I'm listening to what you're saying, and sometimes I miss what you're saying because I'm thinking about what you just said. And so we're very fortunate that they're all archived, and she has his own page, and go back and listen to it, and stay tuned for more on America's Web Radio.
Live closer to your food source. Learn how to grow it yourself. Please join me every Saturday morning at 10 Eastern on America's Homegrown Veggie Show for tips and advice from the country's best gardeners.
This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the americasbroadcastnetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay, this is what I see, okay. For this coronavirus and COVID-19, and I think it's good for us to stop. What do we do? Stop old thinking, stop old strife, stop old competition, stop old conflicts, stop that search, that struggle, that division, and to see that interconnection, to see the nature, to see other living beings, and they are conscious beings. We need to stop thinking, but respect other people, respect other nature, living beings, respect all living beings. And then there's an equilibrium, there's an equality of the nature. There's a ecosystem we need respect. So how can we live harmoniously with other nature, living beings, with other animals, with other conscious beings, not only with other nations? And because if we do that, we respect everybody, we respect ourselves. Because when we against anybody else, and we make everybody else against us, and because if we fight tigers, and tigers will fight back. If we fight the bad will fight back. If we do fight the monkeys will fight back. That's just reality. And that's why when I was young, I proved to live with the animals. I was 5 years old. I lived with all kinds of animals in the mountain because I have to watch the 9 goats and to survive and get familiar with other animals, and then learn from other animals. Everybody knows that Kung Fu has tiger form, monkey form, and the leopard form, and the dragon form, all kinds of forms. The forms is to express other animals, how they move, how the snake move, how the crane move, how the tiger move, and then to understand others, to understand ourselves, because we are alive, because the relationship, we cannot forget about the relationship, just selfishly, me, because that me is not going to survive without anybody else, because the life is a relationship. Nobody lives in a vacuum by yourself, because everything is interconnected. Everything is vastly intermingled together. So if we see that, we do things a little bit more differently than today. And I think this is a time we need to rethink. This is a time we need to observe inside ourselves, internally, instead of just grab some money. What is the money for? Money is a tool. But sometimes we worship the money. And that is the sad news. We worship tools. We worship materials. We worship anything, the appearance. Those things end results. They not a potential. They're the end results of the expression. When we worship those, and we observe, we worship the end of life. But God is invisible. Universal is invisible. Universal consciousness is invisible. The supreme consciousness is invisible. But we don't see. Why we don't see? Because we never come down. We never get into that serenity. We never get into the internal being. Because anything we do, if we want to connect, has to be from the internal channel, not from the outside experience. Outside is very, very shallow, very, very short distance. That vision is very, very limited. If we go from the internal being, and we see the vast universe, we see the vast consciousness, we see our energy begin to rise above, and that experience can be so beautiful. It's limitless, it's infinite. It is not what our outside vision, our next eye, can grasp. That's what I see. And how can we get into that? It's through meditation. That is meditation. And I meditate, and this morning I meditated probably about 3 hours, and sometimes 1 hour. But I don't want to see how many hours you do, but you do consistently, persistently, and you will see different of yourself, and you don't have to get into that panic and anxiety, that panic feeling, the panic, body, the mind. You don't have to get into that self-inflicted thoughts, self-inflicted mindset, and that brain and full of chaos, that brain full of divisions. You can transmit something that is really beneficial not only to you but to the universe, and with pure, with more clarity, with more balance, with more intelligence. And that's what I see. And I want to see everybody maybe just sit for a second, just quiet for a minute, and then you will see a different view. If you can take a deeper breath, just listen to yourself. Feel that breath. Listen to the body being here at the moment. Conscious now. When you are in the moment, when you are present with your mind, with your body, with your soul, you pay 100% attention. You rise above that selfish self. You rise above that bodily self. You rise above that appearance of yourself. You rise above that physical self. And you see that interconnected self with the universe, that interconnected self with God, the interconnected self with a pure consciousness. As scientists probably have discovered for the last 200 years, and we only operate with less than 5% of consciousness a day. 95% we operate by the automatic pilot. We operate by subconsciousness. If we just sit down, if we just walk slowly, if we will just stand there, if we just do something, stop for a second to operate a little more consciousness, with a little bit more serenity, with a little bit more calmness, with a a little bit more internal being, and ourselves, and you see totally different self. You will see totally happier self, healthier self, not only bodily, but mind, psychological self, and can be beautiful. And people say, oh, I cannot do it, I'm too busy. Yes, everybody too busy to die, you know? But why we do not have a few minutes to live? Live at the present time, just live. To be aware, to see yourself at the moment. You know, sometimes just aware of your presence, your relationship with the nature, your relationship with the office, your relationship with your surroundings, without judgment, without control, without management, without any forced opinions or judgments, without depending on something on another. And just observe yourself, you become a totally different person. And it can be really, really healthy in your body and in your mind, in your psychological being, and in your mental being. And I think that's one of the reasons Dave wanted me to come here and to share with everybody what I have seen, what I have discovered, and I hope everybody can benefit from it. Just that a sparkle of light can lit up your own light. Your light can continue in your life and shine to your life, and you can see that beautiful self beyond that physical being, beyond that selfish being, beyond that bodily being. That's what I see. Dave smiled.
Well, she, it's every week that, and we have a few minutes left, but in fact we have about not quite 20 minutes, but what you bring to our audience, and we're going to get more and more people listening, and what you bring is relief, and relief and release. And relief comes from release, and releasing ourselves from the stress, releasing ourselves from our mind thinking about negatives all the time, to just clearing your mind. And I think your message today, one thing that you said, shine from the inside out, and I like that. That's we should all shine, and you can shine by helping your neighbor, helping somebody else. And I thank you for doing this show. As we go on, I think you will affect many, many, many lives, and people will start passing it on that you got to listen at 11 o'clock on Fridays to America's Web Radio. There's a gentleman on that can change your life.
What I see is, I see each person can change that self. Each person can change the life for the better. And I always tell myself, I tell my students, my mission here is to use my light to shine myself, to use my light to unveil that internal intelligence within, to rediscover my potentiality, to let the light shining from inside, that explosion from inside. When an egg exploded, a chicken comes out. That's just reality. When you're shining from inside, that shining will explode out, and then new life comes out, a new birth comes out, and that inside shining, and that shining also will sparkle to other life, and the other life will shining from inside, and then will spark another life. That's what I see, and that domino effect will transmit into the universe. And then we connect with that signals with the universe, with the God, and because that's what God's original intention, the original connection, instead of clustered by spams, instead of clustered by all these smogs, instead of clustered by all these pollutions and all this virus. And then I think it is when you come down to the abyss, and you begin to see it's time to rise above. It's time to wake up. It's a time to reactivate the life. The life can be really, really resilient. The life can be really, really strong. The life can be really, really shine and into the universe. Give beautiful signals. Give to God. Give to the original consciousness. I am part of that. I am of that. And then that life is transformed. That life is transcend to the different level, and then can be very, very beautiful. And everybody can have that. Everybody can have that happiness. Everybody can have that health. Everybody can have that intelligence. But we need to see from within. You know, my job over here, we started with a pandemic. You know, I started with China. I want to help the Chinese because I was born in China, because this is my home for the last 35 years. And then I want to see if I can help people over here. We started with the GoFundMe and try to see if we can help the hospitals, because these doctors are really, really shining. They help other people. Sometimes they get stressed, and I hope all the doctors or the nurses can hear my stories, can hear what I says, because I was a doctor in China, and then I got into the medical studies over here in the United States, and because I have such a relationship with them, I have such an internal relationship, also have an external relationship, because I spoke to many medical communities. I see what they see, I see what they struggles, and try to help others, but themselves are struggling. Because when I was spoken to Harvard University, I saw a lot of doctors smoke. I say, ask them how many people know how to breathe. There's only a guy say, well, I did meditation. The Japanese meditation, came from China. I say, wow, we have so many, 75 doctors, only one person know how to breathe. You know, this is from Harvard University. So what I see is we are not good at this, we are not good with that, just sometimes we are lack of information. We devoted so much on books, we devoted so much on appearance, we devoted so much on drugs, on medical equipment, on chemicals, but we forgot our internal healing. We forgot our internal being. But fortunately, and for the last 20 years, and Harvard has changed. Because the last time I spoke 2 years ago, I went to Harvard, a lot of people eagerly to tell me, say, you need to come to Harvard offering, we need you. And then I begin to see more people begin to realize that what I said 20, 30 years ago become more prevalent over here in the United States. It doesn't matter Yale University or Harvard University or UC Berkeley or any university, they become more aware of it. And Harvard University last time, and a few friends told me, they begin to get different clubs, like a Tai Chi, for example. I taught Tai Chi for the last 50 years, and they begin to get Tai Chi clubs at Harvard. They begin to get Tai Chi things. They begin to get meditation clubs. In Harvard, they begin to use Tai Chi and meditation and yoga to treat disease, to treat patients. They call Tai Chi the moving meditation and moving medication. They begin to realize the mind-body interaction is so effective, so much better than drugs, which has no side effects. And then more and more people begin to realize that. And I think that it is a beautiful thing. And mind-body medicine is all become more prevalent. Integrative medicine become more prevalent in the United States. When I was seeing cancer patients in New York City about a few months ago, I began to see meditation, offered over here at cancer center. I said, wow! And I see meditation offered a lot of places and in medical communities, Reiki and Tai Chi, and offered in a lot of medical communities, a lot of medical centers. I think more and more people begin to discover that. And this is what I promoted 40 years ago. People thought I was crazy. But today they don't see that anymore. And they don't see I was crazy anymore. Of course, slowly some people still saw I was crazy. But more and more people begin to realize, and what I said 40 years ago, and it's more available. It's more matched to the reality they begin to face. They begin to see. And I think it's not what I see in advanced people because I connected it. This is already there. It's already in the universe. It's only because I meditated, because only I opened the third eye, because only I have been, see that, have been, meditated on that for a little bit longer, a little bit more, a little bit earlier than most people. That's all. And what I see, if everybody can see that, and then they can see different themselves, different each self, and then they can elevate themselves. They can really, really unveil that internal wisdom. Another thing is that consistency. And as we discovered, and in many universities, including Yale University, Harvard University, and we see a lot of people become healthier, happier, and more relationship because of that inner being. Because that it is that inner connection. When people really look for outside, some people told me, I have, a beautiful wife. I even have, a few houses, and then I had a girlfriend before. And this is some people told me from Yale University, but I was not happy. Why I was not happy? Because I was looking outside. I'm looking for girl relationship. I want to see more than my one girl alone. I want to see how many people I can hit and how many houses I can get, how much money I can make. But I was end up miserable. That's why they talk to me. They feel, I hate the home of that person because that person had so much money, but I'm miserable. So why? And it is the internal being, not just the external being. We need to balance that. And when the internal being is more connected, when the internal being has the calmness, and we see differently, and when internal being generated that health, generated happiness, we don't look outside for it. And it's always there. So that's what I see, and I had a GoFundMe, and I want to help the doctors. The Shidaru GoFundMe. You can see that Shaolin Chen Foundation GoFundMe. You can also, do something to help the doctors, and I want to see, and I plan to do a lot of mini-series of these talks, mini-series of this meditation, mini-series of the Zen Taigong I devised for the last 30-40 years, and then I want to see, and people get access to it, and a lot of them will be non-profit and will be available for everybody. Of course, they are going to be some of the profit side to support the community, and then I will get a lot of books out, a lot of mini-series out to everybody, and then I want to see people from all over the world have that access. And we also have online teachings, and maybe we connect with the radio stations, with China, and then it's going to be a beautiful things we can establish. And there are a lot of thousands of people, forward thinkers, scientists, a lot of people involved. And I hope and we start a new millennium with a healthy body and a healthy mind and a happy life, and from an internal being. That's what I see.
She would like to just add a thought to what you've just said, is that what you're talking about, and by the way, there's a doctor that's on Fox and Friends, Dr. Nicole Saphier, I believe is her name, and she's just written a book, Make America Healthy Again, and she's talking about eating right and taking care of our bodies, and I don't know if she has a chapter or anything on meditation, but I'm going to contact her and send her this particular show today. But we have over the years, and I guess it's the United States and the people here, we have become a reactive instead of an active society. And if we're active in taking care of ourselves, just like you're saying, build an immune system is an active thing. It's not a reactive thing. You don't build it after the fact. You don't put a fire extinguisher in the house after the fires burn the house down. You put it in before. And I think this is where America needs to change its feelings and philosophy and become active.
Absolutely.
And then we won't have to worry about anything bothering us, be it man-made or not man-made. We can take care of it.
Yeah, that's what I see. It's and activate your life, which I say activate your life. Your means when your life is always activated, you always take things initiative. We take that initiative to maintain the life, maintain that health, maintain that intelligence, maintain that the process of always unveil that intelligence, and maintain your immune system, and maintain that consciousness, maintain the level of energy, and that energy always committed, and that the energy always transmitted that information with the universe, and then you don't have to worry about this, because you don't have to worry about what do you do in a disastrous situation, because it is we are out of touch. We're out of our mind. We're out of our consciousness. We're out of our energy, that intelligence. That's why we do disastrous things to other beings, to other animals, to other things, and then because we look for internal and less, and we look for external so much, and we forgot ourselves, and we forgot even our lives. We do so much to do nothing but self-destruction. We build warheads, we build chemicals, we build all kinds of things for that self-destruction, instead of looking inwardly to unite, to look inwardly, to communicate, to look inwardly as a human being. Doesn't matter where you live. The little tiny earth is so tiny, like a piece of tiny dust from the universe, from the galaxy, from beyond the galaxy. You don't even see the earth. But we thought ourselves so big. We're the only person in town. And we become crazier than we are.